Alright everybody, welcome back to some more Pokemon Yellow. It is I, Xilestar, and today I did a ton of farming. So I have made Pikachu and I think Pikachu needed levels, I'm not quite sure. It has been like a week or two since I've done this, so literally I've just been tired. Anyway, Leafia was the most difficult mon to get up. I don't know how to move it. Search. Oh wait, no, it's stats. Yeah, okay, never mind. That's right. Alright. So, yeah, so I just healed and I just got back here and I'm really tired. Alright. So, you'll also notice in the top left corner a death count. Now, I did skim through every video. I did skim through it. I didn't actually, like, fully watch the videos, so there may be a few... There might be one or two deaths kind of thing that are missing from that equation, but allow me to explain how it works. So, with this, we have two things. One, we have the team wipeout, which means that if everybody on the team gets wiped out, that's exactly what that means. So this doesn't, like, exclude, let's say, if I only had Pikachu on the team, that doesn't get rid of a Pikachu counter. That just adds one extra to the team, and that just means that Pikachu also gets one, because Pikachu did go fainted in that kind of case. So these are the death count. Charizard's only lost once, and I did skim through the last session to find out if Blastoise or Venusaur fell. I think they got very close each, but I don't think they actually fainted, so we'll excuse that for now. Actually, I can quite quickly check that. Change that so it just adds extra death count. Give me a second. Now, this is actually going to be kind of weird because I actually have it connected to a text document. It's in this one, isn't it? Yeah, I'll call this, oop. There we go. That should be fine. Oops. Where is it? There it is. Okay, did it update automatically? There you go. There it is. Okay, so that's interesting. So I actually need to keep the text document opened and I can actually update it real time. There you go. So that should be fine. So that's the death count. So we had two team wipeouts. I remember one of them was with just Pikachu, of course, with the first rival fight. We got and then Pikachu fainted again at some point. I'm not quite sure when. I know that we also had that random hiker thing fight after a rock tunnel. That is the one. That's the reason why Drachytham has one faint. But also Pikachu also has one faint, and that is the final team counter. Unless Pikachu died sometime after that. I don't remember. But anyway, let's just continue on already. So we're gonna go through Silphco. We're gonna go do the same thing we did with Pokemon Blue, or that I said I did in Pokemon Blue after thing, because we need to just pretty much add a bunch of time towards our table. So let's just go do that real quick. So we're gonna go through all of Silphco. We're gonna try and get the key card if we haven't gotten it already. We're gonna go face every trainer. Now we don't have to worry about Leafia nearly as much, because Leafia, of course, is level 55, which means that if Leafia has to go in, Leafia is going to be perfectly decently leveled. So hooray for that nonsense. Right? Yeah, so let's just go through each and every level for now. I'm just going to go find out if we can find a new trainer. Real quick. You never know which trainers are hidden, which ones are not. So we're getting kind of close to this game. I don't want to reveal what the next Pokemon game is, just in case. But I know that as soon as this gets uploaded, that game is already being started recording. So it's not like it's going to be that big of a choice, right? But I already have one in plan. I already have a planned title for the first few videos, so... And by first few videos, I mean like the session and the thing. So since Pokemon's a little bit boring, especially for Yellow, because Yellow doesn't really have much of anything interesting, and especially since of what I'm doing is actually just skimming around, making sure that we've actually faced every trainer, allow me to kind of explain a little bit of why I do the whole complete session uploads kind of thing. Because I feel like I kind of need to explain it. And I think I did a couple videos doing this, but I don't think I explained it quite well. So the reason why I actually upload the entire session, I don't know what to pretty much call them as. That's why I pretty much just call them complete, because they're the literal complete videos. They're what I get those tiny videos from anyway. So you know what? There you go. So what I do is, if you didn't know, I grab the complete video. So I grab the first raw 2 hours and 3 hours or 4 hours, whatever. Most cases it's 2 hours and 8 minutes. When it's the first session of a game, I usually go for 2 hours and 40 minutes at the minimum. Because of the fact that I usually want the first one to be there. The only exclusion to this is if the game or DLC for that game, for instance, which is mostly what we've actually been doing to fulfill this kind of requirement, has been released, then I try and record about an hour and 4 minutes before, like, it's not before anybody else gets it. It's sort of like, it depends on when it gets uploaded. For Crown Tundra specifically, I remember, I actually tried to record that the day of its release. Because I remember the day of its release. And when I looked for it to pretty much be used, so I can actually record it, it wasn't out. And I got really confused by this, so I did more research on it. And it was supposed to come out that day, but it was supposed to come out later in the day. If I would have known that, I would have set aside the next day and said that, you know what, their upload schedule is really janky, so I had to wait till today to kind of record it. I ain't gonna stay up till like, when did it get released? It was like midnight or something? It was like midnight the next day, 11 o'clock the next day, 11 p.m. kind of thing, so it was like late in the afternoon. And I'm just like, no, that's when I need my sleep, so I'm just gonna go sleep. And so that's exactly what I did. I went to sleep. I ain't gonna go stay up for like an extra, like, what was it? Because I needed to kind of do something the next day, so I think so I'm gonna stay up for like 3-4 hours just to record an hour of footage and go, yep, done. That's what I did the next day. But anyway, back to the complete. So when the channel first started, I had very little reasons, well, not reasons, but I had very different ways of how this could have gone wrong. That's why I wanted the first couple ones to be more of like the planning stages. Like, I want to plan how they get uploaded kind of thing. Normally I would use Minecraft for this, but ServerCraft has been very slow, so I'm just using Pokemon Yellow as a thing, because it's being uploaded like kind of right at the spot kind of thing, so it makes more sense for me to record, for me to say it here and then just have it all automatically to you guys. But for the most part, I've been trying to, like, for that kind of stuff though, like, I was trying to figure out when the perfect time for those are. And since a lot of those are usually around 2 hours to about 3 hours each, and then at that one point I got that 5-hour one, I'm like, well, I have an idea it's not going to be the best idea ever, but it is an idea nonetheless. So I have my upload schedule for those videos being slightly different than my normal schedule for the smaller ones. If you don't know, the smaller ones are uploaded at 2:30 p.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. The reason why I do this is because I thought that this might be the best way of actually doing it. As when I was in school, quite literally when I was in school, we would usually be done about, I think in high school, I think I was done around 2:30 p.m. And I think when I was in middle school, maybe middle school and elementary school, I was done around 3:20 or something like that. Like, that's usually when I got home, kind of thing. So I was like, you know what? I think this would be a perfect time to do my uploads. So that's exactly what I did. I thought that those would be perfect, because if anybody else is in that sort of same situation kind of thing, and let's say they were subscribed to the channel, you'd know that, hey, he's at least gonna have a video, and if it's like 2:40 or something like that, you know that after that video is, just wait about a couple minutes, and then there's another video right there. Amazing. Now the complete ones are very different. If you have a better title suggestion for it, please let me know, because like I seriously don't. It's not that I don't like it. I also need to kind of change the ones that are specific, the playlist names, so they don't say sessions, they just say something else. I don't want to call them streams because they're not streams, and I don't want a random comment saying like, oh, what's your Twitch handle or whatever. It's like, these aren't actual streams. I just couldn't really come up with a name for it. So those videos were kind of different, and I was trying to figure out like how I can properly work it. So what I came up with was 3 p.m. because, well, 3 in the afternoon, because 3 in the afternoon is very perfect, because again, that goes affiliated with the other thing, and plus, since a lot of these videos, mind you, the beginning ones kind of didn't really help the whole case for it, right? But later on, it started getting more mainstream towards this, except for, again, a little bit later on, but excuse that for a second. It's perfect, because it's already a part of the old schedule, plus, if you know that it's not going to come, so 3 o'clock, you're always guaranteed a video, unless it is a special video. And special videos are only going to be the channel anniversary, and what's the other one? Channel anniversary, and what's the other one? Oh, New Year's. The New Year's Eve, or yeah, New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve / New Year's Day kind of thing. Those ones, depending on the type of footage that I want to do or the type of video that I want to make, usually there will only either be 1 or 2 videos that day. I kind of had to do one video for New Year's because New Year's was trying to round it off for my channel, because I particularly really like even numbers. So I kind of had to keep that as open as possible. So that's exactly the reason why I kept it's the whole reason why I only uploaded one video that day, and I think I even said it in that video that I was only going to upload that video that day. Nobody batted an eye, so I guess nobody really cared, but just still, like, I wanted it to do that because of the channel introduction. Mind you, that video might technically need to be redone, but you know what? For the first video of the channel, and me doing... It's not that I didn't properly optimize everything, it's that I wasn't experienced enough for OBS, for any sort of software kind of thing, and I wasn't experienced with this microphone, which, to be fair, is better than a lot of the other, which is better than my last microphone that I had, because I did a test on all the microphones that are actually in this house, and this is the better one. But this is not the one that I want. But I did do a test for all of them, and this one is better because it can handle, what is it? It can handle background noise slightly better, or better than all the other ones. Trust me. I have a speaker, or a Bluetooth speaker, right next to me that literally is very, very loud. I had that thing at 50%, and it made the entire house vibrate. It made the entire house vibrate. Now, I didn't keep it that loud for too long. I made it stay there that way for a song for both microphones, and just said, alright, impress me which one's better. So I tried both microphone qualities, because only two of them really stood out, kind of thing. So I tested out both microphone qualities, and this one is slightly clearer than the other one. And I said, oh, that means I don't have to change. Because there was one that I bought for, I think it was $50 or $60 or something like that. And that's the one that I was really depressed that I didn't actually do it, because that one actually sounded beautiful the last time I was using it. It sounded beautiful, and it was good. It wasn't a bad microphone. It was really good. But of course, it had two problems that I would have really liked. Well, the first one was that I had a joke with it because it was literally called the Blue Yeti Snowball. You can look it up. I got it for, I think I got a black one for like, it had to have been $50 because that's how I think it worked, and that's when I found out that their online thing sucked. Yeah. So $50. That's how much I paid for mine. And not saying that that's cheap or anything like that, but when I actually got to go there a second time, they had a different one for sale. And I thought, oh cool, it actually comes in multiple colors. Well, maybe I might like this color more. Dude, that one is like $70. Never mind, I don't want it anymore. Oh, I don't need silver, actually, drop that. So yes, that's pretty much what I ended up doing. Ooh, I got a max revive, but that means I need another item to be dropped. I could toss this. I don't need an awakening. Get that thing out of here. Still trying to find that. Still trying to find that TM. I think I need Sword Stance, I think, right? Or is everybody already fully done? No, you don't have Sword Stance yet. You don't have Sword Stance or Earthquake, so that's a problem. That means that's still running around. But, yeah. Like, I was really happy with that microphone. It was better than a... So, how my whole microphone situation was that I had a headset, and I remember playing with a bunch of friends, and they were like, your microphone's just garbage. And I went, alright, well, I'm gonna go down to the store the next day, and I'm gonna go pick up a microphone. So I grabbed this random $20 microphone, and I thought that, you know, it's perfect. It's in my budget of $20 for that day. I didn't want to spend like $80 million on a microphone, so I just thought, just for random online gaming kind of thing, it would be perfect. So I thought, hey, you know what? This is perfect. So I did that. Problem is that a $20 microphone is pretty garbage. So literally my friends are like, go back to the headset. And I'm like, what? What's wrong? I got a microphone. It's like, would you get a paperclip and call it a microphone? I go, what are you talking about? The quality is just garbage. Just stop using it. So I went, alright, I guess. I don't know, I just picked up a random microphone. He goes, how much did you spend on it? $20. That's probably why. Again, you probably got the paperclip one. And I'm like, oh. So, there's that as well. I think, and then later on, I got the Snowball. And all my friends are like, you got a better microphone. How much did you spend on it? Probably spent like $100 on it. I'm like, I spent $50. They're like, no, you didn't. You didn't spend $50 on a microphone that good. You spent $100. And I went, nope, spent $50. Yeah, because the one that I'm talking about is because I got the. Oh, I have to replace this with Bison, right? Yeah, I have to replace this with Bison. So before we do the Elite Four, I'll have to replace this with Bison. I'm trying to use up items, but I don't think anybody's taking any damage or anything like that. What's this? Self-destruct? Yeah, we can drop. We can toss this. So this one right now is not the microphone that I thought I needed. Because there's two different types of microphones out in the world. This one is the one that I thought I needed, because I heard that Blue Yeti was a brand specifically that was really good for recording YouTube videos and streaming and blah blah blah. You know, the long list of things that you would end up wanting it if you were a YouTuber kind of thing. The problem is that those YouTubers, or Blue Yeti, doesn't specify that, and they don't really need to. It's more so just you need to be really good at identifying what microphone is what kind of thing. There's two different microphones. There's, I can't remember if it's condenser or something like that, or something weird like that. There's one that's better for conference calls, which is what this one is. Because if I turn on a fan that's not even blowing in the microphone, and that's like outside past a door, you can still hear it. And it's like a good, like, few meters away from me. And it's like, seriously. So literally when I am recording, I can't have any air currents in here. Because as soon as I end up doing it, it's gonna have a problem. And yeah. So I did a little bit more research again, and I found that the microphone that would be perfect for me is a Audio-Technica one. That one is a better one because what it does is it has a more, I don't know how to word it. I think I can come up with like a synonym for it pretty much. It takes better local sort of thing, so it gathers sound waves kind of thing closer to it. So instead of grabbing it like halfway across the universe kind of thing, it just grabs it as tight as like a 1 centimeter gap kind of thing. And supposedly it's supposed to sound 10 times better than this brand of microphone. Which this microphone, if you want to know, is the Blue Yeti Nano. So, and the reason why the Blue Yeti Nano is not the microphone for me is because it's meant to be already in a room that has been sound treated. The problem is that where I'm living right now, I don't know if I can actually sound treat a room. I don't know if I can sound treat a room, and it wouldn't like break the lease or anything like that. So I don't really want to work. I don't really want to do that. So that's why I'm gonna try and get an Audio-Technica one. And then once that happens and a bunch of other things get set into motion, that's when I will start streaming. Back onto the complete videos, because I know I was rambling on about that, and I apologize. But when I have a topic that I really like to talk about, I streamline towards it. And I do change my focus on that kind of thing way too often, and I apologize for that. But that's pretty much par for the course for the rest of this. Anyway, back to the complete ones. So for the complete sessions, where was I? I think I was on the upload schedule. So I was doing a bunch of different times, and I was looking at the views. Mind you, mind you, that's not when we were at. What are we at? We're like about 20 subscribers, I think, right about now. Thank you so much. I know one of them I have to actually excuse because that's actually my YouTube viewing account, and I only have that one subscribed literally for one thing, and that's to make sure that the video actually got uploaded properly, or to make sure that the video even got uploaded. Because if I, let's say, am playing a game, and because my phone is connected to that one, so if I don't see that my like if my phone doesn't have a YouTube pop-up at like 3 o'clock, or what it actually sends it to me at 3:01, which is kind of frustrating, but it doesn't. send it to me right away. But either way, if it doesn't send me one right away, I look and I go, oh, it's not there. So I go in Windows, is it Windows tab? Yeah, it's Windows tab. I Windows tab over to the second desktop thing that's there, and I go and take a look at that, and I go, what's going on here? Why didn't you upload? And if it's still, I know one day it frustrated me so much. I think there was a couple of times where the complete ones frustrated me so much. Because back when I was up at 5 in the morning to upload videos, a lot of the videos would take about, literally it would say like, you know, like it would take 5 hours to upload, or it'll take like, you know, 3 hours to upload, and I'd be like, okay, fine. So by the time it's like 10 o'clock, you should be done, in a sense. So when 8 hours pass, one of them is uploaded, and the other one says processing. What percentage of processing are you? Processing. That helps so much. But whatever, it's fine. As long as you're still processing, you're fine. I think it was a Diablo 3 video. I might be wrong. It's either Diablo 3 or Borderlands 3. It's one of the two. Anyway, so when it comes down to, I think it was 3 or 4 o'clock. I think it was 3 o'clock that a video didn't get uploaded. I'm like, oh, what now? So I go and look at it. It's still processing. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? So I leave it there, and by 4 o'clock, it uploads. And I'm like, seriously? Did you want me to wake up earlier or something like that? So I got really frustrated on that. So yeah, so that ended up happening. I was really pissed about that. So the upload schedule is, well, if YouTube will actually do it. Oh, mind you, now I upload ahead of time, so I think right now I still have like up to till the end of September already pre-uploaded, and I'm gonna do that for all of October as well. So that way, though, we don't have to worry about it anymore. This is more of a precautionary measure. But we have all of, but I do have like all the videos already uploaded, so I now don't need to stress about the complete ones being uploaded before they need to go out. Now, to me, this has one benefit and one thing that's really bad that I wish. Like, don't get me wrong, I still check my email for any YouTube notifications. I do check my YouTube, at least I try to check it once a day. But sometimes there's that day that you're like, I don't feel like going. The one benefit is that I don't have to worry about videos being uploaded, because by the time because what I do is that I upload about, what is it? I go 6 videos at a time, which is about 3 days. So every day I upload 3 days worth of videos. And I still go through the same criteria. Mind you, I have to use a calendar now to figure out which dates are which, if it goes to the next month. Because for some reason YouTube doesn't adjust to the month or something, I don't know. So I know I had to do it because last time I think I was working on it in August, I believe. Was it August? Yeah, it was August. When I was working on it in August, it wouldn't go down towards September, so I actually had to drag down, which also hid its thing for, like, I think it was like Sunday to Saturday kind of thing. So I'm like, great, so now I gotta go open up my calendar and find out what is what, right? So it's fine. But yeah, so I have all of September, and I gotta go do all of October. That's fine. But don't worry, I've been trying to find more games to upload in the meantime, kind of thing. Once I get the Audio Technica and of course a new desk, it still hasn't come in yet. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. I've been contacting them and I'm not getting any answers. So I'm going to try and figure out what's going on with that. But when it does come, I'm immediately building the thing. Because this one, as I showed during a Pokemon Insurgence grinding session, the desk that I currently have, don't get me wrong, it's perfect for a student that's just doing homework kind of thing and just has a computer as a side sort of thing. But for a person like me, when I try and use my super rapid like keyboard movement kind of thing, the desk wiggles or jiggles, depending on how you want to kind of word it as, or depending on the word you want to kind of use it as, which is bad in my case because when I'm recording, it moves the microphone. That's not what I want. I don't want the microphone to be moved. I just want the microphone to be perfectly fine. So that's one problem that I have with it, is that the microphone moves, and it's not really good for the audio. Despite the audio already being bad, I would prefer the audio being perfectly fine, and it's in a weird way, kind of thing. You can toss X accuracy, we're not going to use it. Yay, we got calcium. Alright. So, yeah, so I have this session 1s being uploaded at 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. respectively, because the 5-1 is usually for those later kind of things, and plus it also is to future-proof everything else. Now, one of the major goals for the channel is, again, waiting for my desk. Because I don't trust this one for streaming, especially if we're going to go with those high-intense gaming kind of thing. Like, I already have 2 games. Oh, I did get Pick Up Earthquake. Oh. What was I doing then? Oh, I might have been waiting for Swords Dance before I gave it to Trickitham. Well, we're just going to give it to Trickitham anyway. Because why not? Get ready for it. Picks up Swords Dance. Actually, I quite literally think that's Swords Dance. Perfect. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. Oh, that's amazing. That's exactly what we wanted. Perfect. I'm happy. But yeah, so like, I have one for 3 o'clock and for 5 p.m. respectively for both of them. And this is to future-proof the channel a little bit so that way it's perfect. Now, when we do eventually go into streaming, this is the part where I still need to plan out how I want to kind of do it. Because I think it would be very helpful to kind of go through it in this way. So the channel is going to already has it technically pre-established. The upload schedule for the complete is going to be slightly twisted a little bit. We're going to bend it slightly kind of thing. So the complete are always going to be uploaded on a Saturday or a Sunday, respectively, at, again, 3 p.m. or 5 p.m., depending on if there is an illegible one. How a complete one gets illegible, that might not be even the word that I'm trying to think of, becomes available, is if either the last 2 videos of that session are literally going to be uploaded the next day, or the next sort of small video uploading, then they will be eligible for it. It will be available for it. If the video is not under those criteria, it is not eligible. It is not available for that. I remember debating on if I wanted to upload a session because in 2 days that session would have been done, and I said no because it gets rid of that one thing that I said though. For a complete one to be available, it would have, or to be available to be uploaded, it must fulfill that criteria. So I opted out of it. and I had to come up with another video, but I couldn't really figure one out, so I just uploaded normal videos that day, I think. And this happens quite often in the background. I try to figure out what videos I can use for that kind of stuff, and then when I can't find one, I go, well, yes, that's a problem. Oh, he's a trainer. But yeah, so like I try to figure out like every little thing for that kind of stuff. And since my whole recording situation is now even jankier than it was before. But anyway, yeah, so back to this whole streaming situation. So how the stream is going to work for the channel is that they're going to be uploaded on, I want to say, I think I already figured out Saturday. So Saturday's going to have 3 different sort of conditions. The first one's going to be streaming, of course. So if there's, see, I don't know how if Twitch auto deletes them. I don't know. I want to say that they do, but I don't know the criteria for it yet. So I want to hold off on it right off the for now. If Twitch does, I want to sort of circle around that kind of thing. So if Twitch, let's say, in this hypothetical, Twitch deletes streams if they're a month old. So they're not archived for too long. They're archived for 1 month. What I will do is I will literally wait that 1 month, and then we will upload those streams on Saturdays. Because Saturday's kind of perfect. It's the beginning of the weekend, and, you know, a bunch of other stuff for kids, blah, blah, blah. Anyway. And plus, sometimes work weeks kind of thing end in weekends. I know, I think I remember mine ended on weekends, like, a lot, so I had a bunch of free time. Anyway. So, that's pretty much all of that. Like, it's so, in this hypothetical, they get rid of all of their archived stuff every month, let's say. Every month they go whatever one's over 29, 28, 29, 30, and 31, let's say. So if it literally just says 1 month on their thing, then they get rid of it. That's completely fine, because then we're just going to have it straight to the channel. Now, I've been experimenting with Premiere ones, with Premiere videos, because that's a YouTube feature that I didn't know too much about. I know most of it because I've helped my friends kind of start their channel. But the only thing is that, like, I didn't know how the Premiere thing worked. That was a new feature, and I don't remember ever being asked how that worked. So I thought it was like a live stream. So I thought, oh great, this is going to be a little bit of a weird thing. But no, so now that I know how it works exactly, it's perfect. So, this is exactly how it works. And this is exactly what I'm thinking of doing for the streams, when we archive it on YouTube. And don't worry, there'll be an extra thing that goes with streaming as well. So when you are streaming, or so when you are doing the Premiere, you upload a video, like normal, it uploads it, then you can set a time for it. Then what it does is that when that time comes, the video plays, but it kind of counts as a stream at the same time, so people can't fast forward, which is interesting. But people can't fast forward. What it is, it's like a live stream, but you don't do anything. You don't have to do anything. You can just watch it and make sure that, like, and if anybody has any questions about the video or anything like that, or just commenting stuff and they want you to comment in, you can comment as well. That's how that works. And I like that. That's amazing. And I think I'm going to do that for a lot of the special videos, is I'm going to have them as premieres. I think that's exactly what I did. I have them as premieres. Now you might be asking yourself, well, have you had any other views on those videos? Yes, one, me. I have anytime those premieres go up, I have my laptop literally on those videos. I grab the link specifically what YouTube gives towards that channel, and I throw it on the laptop, and then I just sit there and wait for the premiere to start. Once the premiere is started, I'm literally in there, and I'm waiting for everything to happen. And anytime somebody actually comments on the video, YouTube actually sends me an email about it, and I check my email anytime I get a chance. I don't check YouTube nearly as much because I would prefer, just to be fair, I would prefer playing a video game than actually checking YouTube every 10 seconds going like, did I get a comment, did I get a comment, did I get a comment, and it's like, no, not for me, fam, not for me. So that's literally what I do, is like, I check my email, like let's say once every like 3 hours or something like that, and I check and go, oh hey look, YouTube got a notification. Actually, let's go find out right now. It's been like about an hour or so since I got up, but who really cares? Let's go take a look. I also have a video idea that I want to do for the channel as well. No. So my video idea right now is to go through, I think I might just do it as a channel anniversary kind of thing, because I still need to work on that thing. And I have been putting it off for a long time. I haven't even started work on it. I think I started to work on that special project that was supposed to take over the specials. That was, I think, last done right before those specials. And I still need to work on it, but I've been putting it off because I've just been having fun on a new game, and I don't really care. So I had to go through all naming sessions for that, and that's gonna be kind of cool. But I have to go through all, proofread, make sure everything makes sense. There you go. But anyway, so yeah, so my video idea is to go through every comment on YouTube. So every one of my comments that I've gotten on YouTube, I'm going to put them in the video. I'm going to blur the name, blur their profile image, so you know nothing bad happens, right? Okay, so I need to heal up. Okay. Because that's darkness. And we're going to go through each and every one of them. A lot of them are like, cool video, check out my channel or something like that. Your thing is definitely going to be blurred, man. I'm going to grab, how I'm going to do is I'm going to actually grab screenshots of each and every comment. And that's exactly what we're going to do, is I'm just going to screenshot and get rid of them all, kind of thing. Well, not get rid of them all, but I'm going to go and go through it. So the day before the recording, what kept you Dracus? Yeah, Arcus. Alright. Just going to do this for a second. Haha, I thought you'd turn up if I waited here. Why didn't you stop Team Rocket, though? That's what I'm saying, because Team Rocket slowed you down. Not that I care. So you and Saffron, so I decided to see if you got better. I did. I got 4 Pokemon. They're like level 50 right now, buddy. You probably don't have level 50 Pokemon. I have level 50 Pokemon. So look, you're not going to be able to take me down. But yeah, because like a lot of the comments, it's weird because I know one of them doesn't make much sense to me. I'll try and put up the video that it corresponds to, so you can see. Maybe I'll just say what it corresponds to. I don't know. I don't know if it actually says the video though. But if you want to look at the comment itself, I'm trying to think of how I want to do it, kind of thing, like how I'm gonna plan it out, right? I remember one that makes no sense because I named it exactly where we are, because if you don't know how I name videos, I go through the video itself, and I go through from beginning to middle of the video. Depending on what it is, I might go towards the end, because if the middle is boring, a lot of the buying and selling stuff usually is very boring, so I try and skip towards something that's interesting. If there's nothing interesting in that video specifically, then I'll just say buying and selling whatever, or whatever is boring, right? But in the case of this video, I went with what we were located, and I don't understand this at all. I am surprised that people still don't do this. When you watch a video that literally says a number that is not, like I don't understand why people don't just watch from part 1 to part whatever you ended off, right? So this guy came in right in the middle, around part 70-ish, I think, and says, "Oh, you don't show where you found the beginning of this location." Dude, it's in the last video. It's literally in the last video. And I'm so baffled by this. My brain literally wanted to explode at this level of ignorance, to go back to the past video and look near the end so you can find this location. Well, Drathis, I'm moving on up ahead. By checking my Pokédex, I'm starting to see what's strong and how they evolve. Pokédex doesn't do that, buddy. I'm going to the Pokemon League to boot out the Elite Four. I'll become the world's most powerful trainer. Drathis, well, good luck to you. Don't sweat it. Smell ya later. Smell ya, I don't know. I'm not gonna go say what Giovanni is gonna say. I'm just gonna switch to Squirts. That's that. But yeah, I got so baffled by that comment, and I'm just like, oh, this is new. Hold it right there, Brad. Ooh, this is new. Our boss is in a meeting. You better not disturb him. This would be perfect as a double battle, but I know they didn't exist until Gen 3, so. Ooh. I think probably. We got stab on it. I'm actually kind of surprised it lived on 1 HP, but it only did 4 damage. I got a crit when it didn't matter. But I got so baffled by that, and I got so confused when I got that comment, and I was just sitting there going like, no, this guy's joking. This has got to be like an April Fool's prank or something like that. There's no way somebody went to a part whatever video, and instead of looking at the previous video, like always, okay. Team Rocket blast off at the speed of light again. Yep. All right, back to continuing onward. Okay, there is no rocket right here. Okay, good. Yeah, so like I was really confused by that. Like this guy just ended up saying like, "Oh, you don't show how you get to this location." I'm like, dude, it's in the last video. I think I literally started that video in that location. And what am I gonna do? Am I gonna say like, "Oh yeah, go back to the previous video and do it"? Dude, I record in about 2-hour intervals, and I split them up into smaller things specifically for people who do not have an internet connection that can properly load a 2-hour video properly, but are better at getting that 16-minute interval. That's literally what those videos are for. And you're watching this specifically so you do that, and I just got so baffled by that, and I didn't even comment on, look at the previous video, man. I thought it was obvious. Am I just too big-brained that I just think that? Because literally, when I watch a YouTube video that's at part 5, because I think that part has that thing that I want, and it doesn't have it, I go, okay, so maybe it's part 4. And I go to part 4. Like, that's how I think, right? So, like, if this guy has let's say 71 in this case. Part 71, and this guy's like, oh, you didn't show where it is. I would go to part 70 and go, ah, that's where it is. Because I think even in that session, I said, I don't remember exactly where this power area is, or whatever it was. No, I don't remember where this area is, but I know that it exists in this area. I just don't remember exactly where. And that's exactly where it is. I didn't look up a video on it. I just ended up like going through areas, and I'm like, oh, there's a cool spot here, and I'll go through that. Then I ended up finding it, and I'm like, oh, awesome. Then yeah. Yeah, I got so baffled by that. I just literally just wanted to go, really, I'm quitting my channel right then and there. It's those kinds of comments that are really stupid. To me. They're really dumb in my opinion. If the information you want is not on that video, go to the previous video then. It's literally the only suggestion I can make. Because that's the only one that actually makes sense. Go to the previous video. If that previous video doesn't have it, then there's a problem. Because obviously I got there somehow, and I don't cut videos. I don't. The only time I cut is when I record on my Nintendo Switch. Mind you, Pokemon for Crown Tundra, I didn't really do it nearly as much because it didn't really make much sense. But for Diablo 3, anytime I actually have my Nintendo Switch screen on, or my Nintendo Switch menu, I always cut that footage out. Because that's not really professional in a way. But Crown Tundra, because it pissed me off so much, because it made me angry about it, that's the reason why I left it in every video. It was a session that deserved it. And same thing with Nehrum. Nehrum, it took me a while before I ended up actually editing those black screens out of the footage. Because it's not that I didn't know, it's that I just didn't care to get them out. And then once I was actually viewing a video about it, I was like, you know what, this isn't fair. So that's when I started editing those out. And I wish I would have came to this realization earlier rather than later, because literally I did it at part 13 of the sessions, I think. It was either 13 or 14, I think. And we ended on 16. It disabled Body Slam for some reason. Interesting. Or it disabled Ice Beam instead of Body Slam. Interesting. Weird. But yeah, that's my editing is mostly just to get rid of anything that I don't want in the video. Nudity, black screens, if it can be avoided. Mind you, the old this one goes into a black screen specifically, just to show just as a transition of colors kind of thing. That I'm keeping in because that's just a transition, right? But when a game crashes and goes straight to goes straight to black screen or something like that, or the screen freezes, that's when I go scrub back into the footage, go wait until when I was trailing off before it did that freeze or did that black screen, and then that's when I go, okay, cut that, and then let's just do a start with the next footage. That's why recording and editing Nehrum videos was such a hassle, because it had to take 5 different video clips or 3 different video clips of, let's say, between half an hour to 40 minutes each, and I had to cut them down into smaller sizes with those black screens off, and I had to split, and I had to make sure that they were all snapped together perfectly fine, because the editing software I have actually it gives you a line specifically to say yes, this is up right up against this other one, which I absolutely love, by the way. And that's quite literally what I do, is I literally snap that into that footage, which is amazing, because that's exactly what I wanted. So wait for that. So yes, that's why Nehrum took so long to edit. A lot. And even that 5-hour session one, I think it only crashed, I think, once or twice during that entire session. Yeah. Yeah, so while I'm doing that special channel thing that I want to do, I want to do something special about Nehrum. Don't worry, I will replay Nehrum. I absolutely... Despite me having a lot of issues with Nehrum, I absolutely loved playing Nehrum. So don't get me wrong, I will redo it. Now that I've been heavily working on my mod to make it completely standalone, where it can literally run itself kind of thing, it doesn't need Oblivion itself to run, I will see if I can set it towards Nehrum, so though it will actually end up working with Nehrum, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. So it should be easy to do. But for the most part, I'm trying to remember everything I'm trying to think of. And my brain is just mush right now because I don't know why. But yeah, so I'm going to try and give Nehrum a little bit more love because I know for a fact that I hated it. If you have any suggestions on making it either just slightly more stable, so that we don't experience those types of crashes anymore, please leave a comment. Give me a personal message. Anything. Just send me a message. Say, these are the required settings for... See, I use the Steam version of it, which already came pre-installed with mods. That's probably why mine probably was a little bit unstable, probably because I didn't optimize for it. But if you know how to perfectly gear it so that it looks a lot better, or not only looks a lot better, but actually functions properly, please let me know. Because seriously, because the only kind of checking I did, I thought it was like Oblivion. So the thing with Oblivion and me is that I find it that if my console, so if I actually use the console in Oblivion, if I actually fill that up with a bunch of console commands, then my game is, I know for a fact that it is going to crash. That is why when that one Oblivion session that I just recorded not too long ago crashed, I didn't get angry. I didn't get angry. Right? No, I did get angry. No, that one I didn't know why. Right? I'm trying to remember. I know one of them... No, when I redid it, I did it for console. That's right. Okay, I don't know why it crashed the first time, but the second time, if it would have crashed, I would have known why. Because I used the console heavily just to go through that same progress, for the most part. Yeah, because I don't think it did the progress correctly. But anyway, yeah, so we're going to go through it again. This time, I want to do just armor only, and we're going to go do the same exact thing, and maybe this time we'll find every set kind of thing. I think that would be a wonderful idea. Because I would actually absolutely love that, to be honest. I already faced the, I'm trying to get that last psychic trainer though. There we go. Alright. Now to figure out which of the tiles is Sabrina, because I accidentally went to Sabrina. But yeah, like, I've been trying to figure it out on my own. I think I have Nehrum installed again, but I haven't had it do anything. I just had it sitting there, just waiting to be pretty, and just waiting to be... Because the one thing I want to do is, the first streamed video, I think it would be very nostalgic if we did Nehrum. I absolutely love Nehrum. Nehrum's is actually one of the favorite videos or games on the channel so far that I've absolutely loved, because it's Oblivion but slightly better. It's got a better story, mind you. A lot of the characters are a little annoying, but then again, Oblivion had that too. So Oblivion had more minor characters, I think, that were more annoying. I think. Nope, not this one. Is this one down, right? Is it? Yeah, it's that one, okay. Alright, Sabrina. Let's go. We should be fine. I mean, I think Pikachu is at her level. We might have a team wipe here. We might get one. Unclear. Alright, Sabrina, let's go. Time to take you down. You're supposedly the more toughest trainer ever. Oh, it wasn't lying. Oh, okay. I kind of thought it was lying about that. Why would you change your team to have an Abra on there? I will never understand. I will never understand. Dabra. Okay, I think this one can actually attack. But we outspeed. And I know these guys don't really have good defenses anyway, so... Trust me, when we were playing Insurgents, we had Cyboy, a literal Kadabra, die by everything. And he's supposed to outspeed most things. So people that are saying that Gen 1 is hard, how? It's not that difficult. It's just as easy as any other Pokemon game. Work on one Mon, make it as tough as powerful, and you win. Don't do it in Nuzlocke though, because Nuzlocke you actually kind of need to have more Mons. Because when that one level 80 dies and you're like, I only have a team of level 10s, you're screwed. Let's get to level 70, yay! That's awesome. I like how she says, oh, don't raise your Pokemon too much. Is that a threat? Are you threatening me right now? Are you trying to tell me that I'm overtraining my Pokemon? You can't tell me what to do. I don't know. I'm trying to find the exit now. Uh-oh. I think I'm lost now. Okay, I know this guy has a thing that teleports you down here. Okay, yeah, and it's this one, right? Nope. Is it literally just the one that's above? No. No. Okay, when I click right, game, great. I literally held on right, and it's like, nope, you're going down or left or whatever, and it's like, no. I know that's a dumb thing to do. Okay, so we got that badge. So we're just gonna go super fast for healing. I'm gonna store a lot of items. We're gonna have repels. We're gonna go face all the swimmers. Oh, no, I don't want to deposit Mons. I want to go next to this. I want to go deposit the elixir, because I kind of want to keep this for later. Oh, I didn't grab Lapras yet. Oh, that's a dumb move on my part. I hope I can still get it. Quite literally forgot about it. How did I forget about that? That's literally the HM Mon we need right now. But, yeah, that's pretty much, I think, everything I wanted to talk about for the most part. I think Nero would be perfect for a first one, just to test out the streaming, you know, just to test it all out. Do all the settings, optimize it for perfect accuracy for it. I think it would be wonderful. I do have a Twitch channel that has the same name as this YouTube channel. It was created a day after this channel was created. I remember at, I think it was 5 in the morning. When did I start uploading on the first day? I think it was either my internet couldn't take it, because I was like recording, like I was uploading like 20 videos or however, like at one point, at one time. So my internet was struggling. So like I remember that I had to kind of give it a break, and I remember talking to a friend about it too. And I was saying like, you know what, I should probably start a Twitch. I should probably create the Twitch channel today, so that I know for a fact that it is not in use, and then I know that I can get it. And he goes, what's your name gonna be? And I'm like, oh, it's gonna be, you know, what I named my YouTube channel, Xilestar. And he goes, yeah, I don't think that one's gonna be in use. Yeah, I'm trying to find that one that we can get back to that lady with the beds, because I know that one directly leads to that one room. Because I don't remember any other location for it. Maybe it's this one, actually. No, it's not this one. But yeah, like, I've, but I've been trying to get as much there. Right now, I've been trying to hold off on getting the new microphone, because I've been trying to secure other things. I think I said this last time, I'm not quite sure, but I have a huge, big plans for Cube right now, and I'm trying to make that into the next recording machine. Actually, I'll name it the one that I gave. I'll name it the same as I named it for my ex at one point. Don't ask me why I named it this. I named it this because I felt like it. It's so intelligent. It'll learn surf and strength, right? I don't think that's what you need it for. It'll know surf and strength. Actually, just in case, because I literally just started struggling trying to find Pokemon from Sword that originally learned Toxic from a different generation that can't learn it now for whatever reason. Let's see if it can learn Surf and Strength now. It can still learn Surf and Strength. Was it? I think it was a bunch of Pokemon that were trying to find that could actually use, what was it, Cut? That really frustrated me, so there we go. Now we know that 5% no matter what game. Awesome. But yeah, so like, there's like very few things that I want done. Like, at one point I want to get I'm not talking about videos, I'm talking about like everything else. But this will definitely be finished this session. It would be kind of poetic if this game took longer, because it's a much more fleshed out game kind of thing. Like, it's much longer, it feels like it's much longer kind of thing. But Cube, I have a lot of plans. It's gonna have a bunch of cool things on it. Same thing with this one right here. This one's only going to receive one upgrade, while Cube is going to get all the upgrades. So the one upgrade in this is that right now, the drive that actually houses every video, and even the background and the text document that has that death counter, are all housed on that drive. And that drive has very limited space. I'm not joking. I forgot to store the HMs. I think. Anyway, so everything is housed on a 500 gigabyte solid state drive, or SSD for short. Now, one of the few plans that is in sort of the works right now is to store all of that within a 1 terabyte drive so that I actually have more options to record. So though if I feel like, let's say, recording a bunch of videos, let's say one day, let's say I have a lot of free time and I want to record for about 24 hours, I can. I have a drive for that. Because each and every one of these sessions, I think yellow might be slightly better than the other games that I'm currently recording, but it doesn't really matter. Each and every one of those goes around 10 to about 20 gigabytes for 2 hours. I'm trying to figure out where we need to go. We could go to Fuchsia. But I think we have to go the long way, right? Unless we get the Poke Food again. Let's go to Celadon for a quick second. I'm gonna go speed up over there. And I also want to migrate every save game that is on this PC right now. And I'm going to move them over to Cube, because Cube is going to be the one that's supposed to be recording videos, while this one right here is the one that's going to be editing videos, with few minor changes. There we go, just kick me in. There we go. Yeah, I'll just face the trainer here. So Cube right now has 2 difficulties with this. One, doesn't have the drive space for it. It literally has 500 gigabytes on its main internal storage, which, by the way, doesn't house every application. So I need to kind of build that up too. Well, right now I can't really use it, so I'm using this one. But after it's done being perfectly built kind of thing, there's only going to be one problem. Maybe 2, but more so 1. The one problem is that... Now I'm blanking. Why I had it. Literally, I had it. Oh, it doesn't have an Elgato. So I won't be able to record Nintendo Switch games on Cube. And actually, the other thing is that, now that I think about it, there is the other thing. The Minecraft server is also on Cube. And all of the other servers that I want to kind of make. So like a Terraria one, there's Terraria, there's, what's the other ones? Unturned, I think, is the other one that I kind of, I at least just want to get it like geared up and set up for one, but not actually execute until things happen, right? But for the most part, those are the things that I want done. And those are the things that are present. So when we're recording Serica Craft, when we're recording any of my games that are on my Nintendo Switch kind of thing, we are going to go and we're going to use this PC right here. As this PC already has the Elgato built in because it has more PCI slots for it. Now, this isn't to say that I can't use Cube for it. I can buy an extra Elgato, but then at that point it becomes the question of why. There is an Elgato that you don't need to plug it into your computer. Internally, you can do it externally. I knew about this, but I also know the limitations of such a device. That's why I know for a fact that, like, if I were to throw that device on the on Cube kind of thing, so Cube uses it, there's going to be slight changes. One, there's going to be a delay on my screen specifically. I don't know too much about YouTube, or I don't know too much about how the video is going to look, but I know for a fact that there's going to be a delay on my screen because it's got to pass, through a couple hoops. It's got to pass through a cable to go to the device. That device has 2 outputs, I believe. Maybe it has 2 outputs. I might be a little finicky on this. Maybe. No. You gotta connect it to the Switch and you gotta connect it to something else, I think. I don't know. I've never quite used the thing. But it's gotta pass through a cable, go into a device, then pass through another cable. You're having that delay. I know I watched a TV show, I can't remember which one it was, that had a perfect example of this too. Pretty much, a person made a device that literally does nothing. Literally does nothing. All it did was it had data feeding through and data feeding out, but it made it 4 milliseconds. It made that information take 4 milliseconds to get from one end to the other. So now that information is now 4 milliseconds slower. And that's pretty much what having that Elgato does. They might say 0 latency or low latency or anything like that. You can't officially remove because it's got to go from one cable, and you're at the limitations of that one cable to a device, and then again you have that limitations of that other cable. And not only that, you also have the limitations of that cable being connected to your computer. I think it's through USB. I might be wrong. Again, I didn't do much information on that one. I just looked at it and went, not for me. And when I saw the PCIe one was almost as cheap, I think it was like $30 more, I went PCIe. The best ones to go for are the ones with least amount of connections. But if you want portability, of course you're going to go for the one that's more portable, right? But for the PCIe one, that one fits my purpose because of the fact that this computer is not going to be able to go anywhere. The only time it's ever going to go anywhere is if I move, right? So that's the only portability it's going to have. Whoops. But for the most part, how am I going to go and end up, but yes, that's pretty much, actually no, back to the PCIe thing, because I think I skipped over that and I thought I said something about it, but I don't think I did. So for that one specifically, the least connections are obviously the best. It's the equivalent to, think of golf. The lower the score, the more likely chance you're winning. It's like that. The lower amount of connections you're making, so in the PCIe case, you're having one connection rather than, I want to say 2, but I think it's 3 technically. But for the most part, you're having less connections is better, because then it has less. It's the whole telephone situation. I know my school at one point tried to teach us that the whole, the telephone thing, like something that one person says is often different than what the first person originally says, right? It's the same kind of information. There's a little bit of latency because it's trying to make up that, like, those pixels kind of thing. But yeah, but again, same scenario though. There's still going to be that latency, that delay. And to be honest, for me, don't get me wrong, I understand the limitations of those kinds of devices. Believe me, I know. I've had a very old laptop that had 4 gigs of RAM and that had a built-in graphics card, an built-in Intel graphics card for a laptop for the longest time, and I hated every second of it. because those laptops could barely even run Oblivion, and that was the main game that I was playing. And there would be that slight chance where I would be playing a different game for like 2 days or 3 days or whatever. I remember playing on one of those, on an old, well, it's old now, but it was like kind of newish in that kind of time, back in 2013, I think, where I was playing that Tomb Raider game that was out then. It's literally just called Tomb Raider. I think people put the distinction of 2013 as the difference, but quite literally it was literally just called Tomb Raider. Anyway, so I was playing that game on that computer, and I can quite literally remember the amount of lag I got from one area specifically. I had a ton of lag, and I didn't understand why, because I was still an intro to computers at this moment. I didn't know that there was a difference between a GPU and CPU and all that stuff, though. Like, I knew they were in a computer, don't get me wrong, but I didn't know that there was like a difference in levels of it at that moment. So I'm just like, oh, you know, this laptop was running perfectly fine before, and now all of a sudden it's not. Like, what's going on? I did have technical knowledge, some technical knowledge of Oblivion, where I knew that individual areas, like this area of Cycling Road, I knew as a cell. Like, I did know that. That's not a problem. I knew that for the first 10 seconds. Like as soon as I loaded up, I think it was the construction set. Mind you, I was really bad at the construction set when I was younger, but then again, who really cares, right? It's a new program to you, right? And literally, when you load it up, it literally calls it cells, I think. Right? Give me a second. I want to confirm. Either that or the documentation on it called them cells, and that's how I knew about it. Cell view. Yep. That's exactly what it says. It says cell view. But again, yeah. So that pretty much already told me more than anything about games. So that's pretty much when I complain about an area, I say, oh, this cell is garbage or something like that, or this cell is, you know, quite literally bad or whatever, because I know that technical knowledge. I've learned it. And same idea with everything else for the most part. I learned that knowledge through not life experience, but through everything else. I just gotta go check something real quick. Alright. Nothing else. Okay, perfect. So right now, I kind of want to actually explain a little bit of what I'm currently doing in the background. So me and a friend have been playing a new MMO that actually looks really good and actually feels really good. There's a few minor things I would love changed, but there's nothing really too much. The other thing is that I've actually been working on my mod a little bit. I'm having a person help me on trying to do this one simple thing. It sounds simple, but behind the scenes, it looks really, really weird. So allow me to explain. So in Oblivion / Nehrum, we have an armor that we call the Dark King's armor. The name of the character is supposed to be Drathis. Mind you, in Nehrum we called it Xilestar, so we're just gonna call him Drathis for now. Drathis, in sort of my headcanon, is known as the Dark King. He found the Dark King's heart at some point, and so he's able to use the Dark King's powers. And the Dark King's powers are very, very powerful and blah blah blah. Now, in terms of Oblivion, we have it, I don't want to say nerfed, because I don't really think it makes much sense in terms of Oblivion. But we gave it a very special condition. The Dark King doesn't naturally regenerate magicka. Now you might think, oh, this is a really, really bad thing, especially in terms of the Elder Scrolls games. If you can't naturally generate magicka and your magic is quite overpowered, you're not going to be very, very good. And the Dark King has only one way of getting magicka naturally. / through battle, I guess, in a way, too. The Dark King has a spell known as Healing Vitality. Healing Vitality was an old healing spell I created a long time ago. Back during, I think, 2014. No, it wasn't 2014. It was like 2000. No, it was 2014. No, it was 2013. Wait, now I'm forgetting when I made it. 2013. It was only a restore health spell that you can craft through the altar spell making. So I never really did restore fatigue and restore the magicka and all that stuff because you can't really have that on a spell. It would be kind of broken if you can have a spell that costs very less and can give you more magicka. So later on, I created. So that's the only way of getting magicka. I don't know why I said I created. That's the only reason. That's the only way out of battle you can recover it. The other way is using the Dark King's natural spell absorption to gain magicka through that way. So any spells that get casted on you, this also means for the lucky old lady, the way shines, and there's something else I'm forgetting too. Can naturally give it to you as long as you're able to constantly spam them to cast a spell on you. That's it. So as long as they're able to do it, you're completely fine. No need to worry at that moment. But for the purposes of this, I want to do something that's really interesting, and I'm trying to get some help on that. Unfortunately, he's way too busy, so he's not able to help me 24/7. Like, I would like it done and over with kind of thing, but, like, I have done a lot of the legwork, and I just need him to kind of just help me proofread and make sure that it should work perfectly fine, because he's actually done Oblivion modding before, so he's actually going to be helping me a lot throughout the proofreading kind of thing to making sure that, yeah, this should work perfectly fine. Right now we have a little bit of a problem. I was able to fix one of them, but I'm not able to fix the other one because I don't understand why it's not working properly. So I'm hoping that at some point he will get the messages that I've sent him about it, and that he will be able to comment on it or message me about it. So anyway, so the idea in the background is actually there's 5. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you need a bicycle. Yep, no care. Alright, so there's actually 5 ideas that are running in the background as we currently speak. But one of them is currently being worked on right now. And with this one being worked on, it'll actually make 2 other ones easier because we already have the major... Is this the battle, or is this the wild battle? Okay. It looked kind of weird, because it looked like he battled me. Yeah, look, it looks like I'm still facing it, so it looks like it was a trainer battle. Anyway. So what I want to do for the armor is that anytime that the player is in battle, so anytime you're in combat, depending on the level of health that you are at, the game or the script on one of the items will allow you to constantly regenerate health. Now, depending on how crucial your health stage is at, so let's say for health we have an interval of 1, 3, and 5, because that's exactly what I have it as. But anyway, so 1, 3, and 5. So I have it so though if your health is ever at 90% or higher, it is going to remove all of it, just in case they might have slipped through the cracks kind of thing. Or if you're out of combat, it'll remove them anyway. But don't worry, it's fine. Now, if you are in dangerous territory, 60%, it is going to boost that healing even further. So it's going to add an extra 2. Mind you, I'm thinking of changing this so that there are 3 separate spells rather than 3 that chain off of each other, but it's fine. The next one that's on the list, of course, is of course the third one. The quote-unquote fast one. This one is if your health is at 30% and needs to be done. So this one is this. It has the same thing as the second one right now, which is just boosting up your restoring of health by 2, but at the end of it, it's 5 technically. And even if all of these 3 are currently being used right now, and you're still taking a lot of damage when you're at 10 or less percentage of health, you will get the emergency regeneration, which, if you don't know, I think I talked about this maybe during the Oblivion special, but just in case I didn't. I have a greater power on the armor that is literally called Last Stand. What this spell is actually supposed to be for is that at any point in time that you are ever in danger, you cast this spell. It heals you by 1250, no matter what. It gives you resistances for an increased, more increased time than the heal, because the heal only lasts for 5 seconds, and heals you for 250 each, so that should be able to rectify, like, literally heal you for a lot, no matter what. Now, when this script actually goes live, the spell is not going to be a greater power anymore, it's going to be an active effect. For a short time. So 2 things that might be a little bit different for this spell in particular. So I'm gonna go do my whole grid thing that I did for Pokemon Blue. Mind you, I do not have repels, so we're gonna see a lot of wild Pokemon. Yes, there's actually 2 things. One, I don't know if active powers can even, or active effects can even have durations and how they would work. So I might have to put a timer on the actual, like, Last Stand. So yeah, so the other thing about the Last Stand trigger is that it's only going to be applicable for once a week. Once a week, you will be able to use it. There's a small thing that I kind of want to mention that I do kind of want to work on the side, but I don't really think it matters too much. And that is that I kind of want it so... sorry about that. I kind of want it so though, like, I don't know, maybe hidden in the back, maybe? Have some code that, like, if you want it that way, you can just remove these little ticks and then they're done. These little ticks are going to be so though, like, if you want it so though, the armor has to be active while this happens. So what that means is, if you don't want it so though, like, you can just unsummon the armor, wait stall for a week, and then get the you can get the Last Stand again. Because that's not fair, to be honest. Because there's no way that I can even patch that, to be honest. Unless there's quite literally a script of code that you can literally say that the person cannot wait for it to be ended. Because if you can, that would be perfect. Because that's exactly what I would do. But in all honesty, I don't really think it matters all that much in that field, pretty much. Because I don't really think it... yeah, because I don't really think it matters too much, if that's even a thing. Because that's literally the only problem with greater powers, is that literally you can just wait 24 hours. They happen again. Literally, I have the armor as a greater power for that specific purpose. Is that just in case you mess up and accidentally click and you're like, oh, I didn't want to summon the armor now. You can just wait 24 hours. Boom, done. It's there again. I am going to have a separate trigger to actually apply it to the person. Because I'm getting sick and tired of actually just either you have to go down to the basement, I think, in the area, go to a secret area, and then pick it up for you to get the spell. Or, if you have the code, because I actually have memorized it, because I literally was doing that testing for that health regeneration. I was testing it a lot. Trying to find out why it wasn't working properly. But yeah. So that's the whole scenario kind of thing. Let's go over here then. Let's go fight you. Not really a better location to kind of do all this testing for, but anyway. Yes, that's pretty much the whole thing for that scenario. When we were done building up the code kind of thing, he did a lot of corrections, and then I ended up doing a lot of corrections on my own. I did a lot of these corrections and so kind of thing. When I told him that I was going to go test it now, because I originally had the codes that would do all of its 3 spells that were going to start regenerating your health and stuff like that. I didn't make them yet. So when I made them, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go start testing it now, seeing if it works. First run through, we had a little bit of an issue where it would give you all 3 generations no matter what health percentage you were at. And the emergency regen didn't trigger. Okay. This is a little bit of an issue, but whatever. So I thought what happened is that maybe the thing that triggers this is being applied after the fact. It's being after the fact, right? It's being, it's like the thing that's supposed to govern the maximum health is being triggered after the fact. So towards the game, it thinks that it's actually in danger, so it's giving me the regens. So I changed the trigger slightly. I did a little bit of editing on it, changed it slightly so that it would work almost exactly the way that I intended it for it to work, and lo and behold, it worked slightly better. Now it doesn't even give you the spells. Plus, it doesn't give it to you at any point in time, but it doesn't give it to you if you're in critical condition. And the emergency regen is still not working. I think that what's actually being triggered right now, and I don't know if there's a way to kind of have it go about this, is that I wanted to kind of go back to the beginning of the code, do the same calculations, and then go back into each and every interval and find out, okay, this person's at less than 90% health, give them the slow regen. Okay, this person's at 60%. You need to go do this. This person's at this stage. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Like, there's not really any kind of conditions for this. And I'm not experienced with Oblivion modding where I can literally just go, I know the code for this, and just immediately do it. Because if I actually was, I would have done everything. And that is the whole plan for the health one. For the health regeneration, for the most part. And I think that that is a wonderful thing to happen, is that at the end of the day, we're going to have a beautiful health regeneration that is going to only be triggered during combat. That is actually the big thing, is that it's supposed to work that way. And I think that is wonderful. Now, there is a Magicka regeneration, there's a Fatigue one. The Fatigue one's nothing special. It's going to be the same as the 3 health conditions, where, like, if your Fatigue is at a critical stage, I think I have it as 33%, 67%, and a sort of 99%. It is going to do that. All they're going to be stopped, of course, when you're at maxed, obviously. So, who really cares, right? But anyway, so for that's just going to be so that we can do power attacks more frequently, and not only just do power attacks, but we can also jump around very nicely. So that's going to be plus on my, because my Oblivion class that I prefer to use is the jumping spellsword. Mind you, you don't really get to see that all that much. The reason why I'm not really doing it nearly as much is because every time I try and do it, my whole desk shakes. And I know for a fact that you can actually hear it in the microphone, and that's why I'm trying not to do it. You know how hard it is to try and suppress something that you really want to do? That's what I feel every time I want to be my jumping spellsword ways, is that I'm trying to stop myself from doing it, and I feel so bad for wronging me of this thing so much. I absolutely love it. So Magicka actually has a different sort of case. So Magicka will always go to 100% during battle, so you'll always be fully Magicka'd out kind of thing during battle. But when outside of battle, that's where things change. So outside of battle, there's only one way, technically two if you count the Lucky Old Lady, but we're going to ignore that for now. So outside of battle, there's only one way of doing it, and that is healing vitality. Now, the problem with healing vitality is that at lower levels, it is more difficult at getting towards that stage. It is more difficult at trying to maintain your Magicka levels, especially since the only way for you to get those higher Magicka levels is quite literally what am I thinking of? Is quite literally just saving it or just using the Lucky Old Lady statue, which is not really going to be the best bet of getting Magicka. So I opted for Battle Magicka Regeneration. 2 issues. 1, during battle, we're going to have to regulate it a lot. So, yeah. So Magicka is going to have 4 different stages. It's going to have, I think it's 1, 3, 7, and 10. So at the end of the day, it's going to be at 10 points per second, and it's going to be at 25% intervals, which I think is going to be really, really nice. It's very easy. But for the most part, this becomes an issue. So when you're outside of battle, if you are not at 100 Magicka, because that's exactly what you need 100 Magicka for this, you're gonna have a rough time. Do I have a flyer before I continue onward? Well, I am gonna continue onward, I'm just trying to figure out if I actually have a flyer though. I don't. Yay! And technically there is a legendary bird near me, but I don't really want to go for it. So I'll go to Saffron for a second, and I'll go into figure out something. Anyway. So of course, healing vitality has a cost of 100 Magicka. That's pretty low. For a heal that heals more Magicka than what it actually costs, that's incredible. But you want to know what's really, really bad about it though? Well, there's one thing that's really bad about it. And that is that at lower levels, as I said, there is a much higher chance. I've had it happen to me a bunch of times, I think, during Nehrim, where my magic regeneration was not nearly as good as I thought it was. So quite literally, we had a problem. So here's how we change it. we have a separate script built into the magicka regeneration that at any point outside of battle, outside of combat, it will try and restore our magicka. I don't know if I can actually do a base amount. I know how to do it through percentage, but I'll try and see if we can do it through base amount, especially at such a low thing like 100. I think it should be easy to do. But we're going to try and see if that does anything. I'm going to try something really quick on the Oblivion thing. I want to try something. Mind you, I got to do some recording of that, so I might just hold off on it. But I will definitely test it off screen, and I'll see if that actually changes anything. But pretty much, outside of battle, we're always going to have that script, a script running in the background that will, is it speeding up? Okay, it just doesn't feel like it. But we're gonna have, I'm gonna have a script built in that's going to give us the passive magicka regen. I'm trying to figure out how to name it. It's gonna have a passive magicka regeneration that's going to be it's gonna be like a 1 point a second, so that we're gonna constantly do it. Now there are two kind of, I don't want to say kind of weird, but there's two sort of problems with this. I know there's a card game. Actually, I should just say the card game. I don't really think it matters if I just say there is a card game that has this kind of thing. In Magic the Gathering, there is a certain clause in a lot of creature cards, especially when they give mana specifically, where they say you can only cast this mana for creature spells or for sorceries or instants or something along those lines. Now, in theory, I could attempt something similar, but then again, that would just kind of defeat the purpose of it. So I think that, and plus the spells that it kind of interacts with in this case don't really do damage, so it doesn't really think it should be that much big. I think the one that's more overpowered is the Skeleton Key spell, but then again, that's because it's meant to. Anyway, what am I talking about here? Well, there are some spells that the Dark King has that don't cost higher than 100 magicka. A lot of those spells actually like unlock chests that are supposed to be very, very difficult. The other one is to create a light area, I think. I don't know if I changed that one. I need Cutter. Are you kidding me? Anyway. Yeah. Please don't skip it. Anyway. Yeah. So, like, that's the whole conditioning for those kind of thing, is that, like, there's, I think, Light of Fate, there's a couple of other ones that I kind of wanted to do, that kind of can do it. I think there's Skeleton Key. I don't think there's many self ones. I think they're mostly just targets, and they're mostly just for random things that are not really too much, like, needing to worry about kind of thing. The one thing I can definitely remember off the top of my head that, so the other kind of conditions, actually, now that I'm remembering these, one of them was that it's more so for more of a cosmetic kind of thing. I don't want to say cosmetic, because it doesn't really sound like it's cosmetic, but it does sound more cosmetic. I don't know how to word it. Anyway, so this cosmetic change is that at any point, if we were to go into the walking animation, which is what happens normally if you actually go through Oblivion, that's your normal walking. And if you're running, that's what happens when you click caps lock. Now, I usually have all my saves at the opposite end. They're always running, and when I click caps lock or shift is temporary. Shift you have to hold. It's not toggle. Caps lock is toggle. So if you shift your character, like if you were to create a new Oblivion character and you click shift, that's what our constant running speed is, especially for any time that I play Oblivion. That's our constant speed, is whatever that can go as max as possible. Now, the problem is that when you're trying to do a dramatic walkthrough and your speed's at 325, it looks like you're walking fast. That's not cool. So one of the things that I want to do is I want to so that you can temporarily change the speed value from 325 or whatever it's at to 50 or something that looks more dramatic. And I think that would be kind of cool. So there's that. That's one of the things that I wanted to do. The other thing is that this I'm definitely going to need a lot of help with, because I don't know how exactly to get it to work, and I don't even know if there's even a mod that has this pre-built or pre-established or whatever, however you kind of want to word it as, right? So this is kind of where that weird sort of area that I don't know too much about is. And I don't know how far modding has gone for this, and I know that there's not really too many new Oblivion modders that are constantly working on this, right? But I do know that there are a couple of Oblivion mods. Trust me, I have a lot of quest ones that actually have this, that not really that require you to do this, but they recommend to use torches rather than light spells because of the fact that it creates more of a mood lighting kind of thing. Trust me, when I was running Oblivion on a laptop and I was using torches, it was garbage. As soon as I got my first computer that can actually run Oblivion with a bunch of mods perfectly fine, I used the monitor, it was better. I remember the mod, and I know for a fact we're going to be playing it at some point, but it was beautiful, and it looked, because it was supposed to be slightly horror focused, but it looked absolutely beautiful, and I was happy for it. But for the most part, yeah. But the only problem is that for torches, you have to hold it in the hand. That's a problem. So what my script was going to be is that I was going to try and figure out how to create that similar light field in that light style and have it as close to the location as a torch is as the center focus. But for the most part, that light would be created from a spell, so that no matter what, you would have that spell. Now, there's supposed to it's supposed to be part of a script. This script is that anytime you enter an interior, which means like if you were to go inside of a house, I think it's if you enter inside of a player, go into a random NPC house, that's an interior. Technically a cell, but interior. So anytime you're in an interior, there will be a random pop-up on your screen that'll tell you, hey, would you like a night eye? Because sometimes, depending on the location, you need night eye. Would you like a light? This is going to be a more of a work in progress kind of thing. Because again, I'm going to try and get that torch thing because it would look really nice. Try and get all the light fields and all that stuff perfectly fine for it. It would be awesome. And what's the other thing? I'll have to ask one person, and I'll find out if he knows of a mod that has this, so I can actually kind of copy what it's doing for it. But anyway, so what it's supposed to do is that it's supposed to so when you enter an interior, it's supposed to ask you a question. It's like, would you like a light? And there will be 3 options. There'll be night eye, of course, because night eye is really nice, depending on the location. Some mods don't really, a lot of mods don't recommend it because it just ruins the experience. light, which is just going to be that torch, as I said, but right now it's just going to be a normal light spell, just until I can build up the script specifically for it. Then it's going to give you that light spell. Or no light, please. So that would though, and that one is specifically just so though, like it'll just kind of just go, okay, he doesn't want it. He doesn't want light. He's too good for it or something. That's what that's supposed to be. Anyway, so that's what one of the things is supposed to be. Is that's supposed to generate light at any point you want. Another one is that when you enter combat, this one's gonna be very easy to do. It's not gonna be that difficult. When you enter combat, it's supposed to do life detection, so you can actually see where everybody is whenever you're in combat. So whenever you're in combat, you'll be able to know your surroundings, kind of thing. So, like, at any point in time, if you're in combat, you'll be able to see if you're being ambushed, kind of thing, and that's what it's supposed to kind of symbolize as. Now, Oblivion's not the greatest at its sort of POV for this, because it doesn't actually indicate if there's enemies behind you, if your character can sense it, kind of thing. I think there are some MMOs, and I know there is some MMOs, and I know there are some games that do this, where they tell you, hey, there's somebody behind you. And I know Oblivion doesn't have that same sort of like cool sort of addition to it, but that's kind of what I'm going to be doing, is that for that life detection thing, is that you'll be able to know by looking around, right? And since I know for a fact that I'm not using the Dark King nearly as much in terms of my playstyle, Dark King's supposed to walk up and just go, I don't really think about it, just lift up his finger and then pretty much just kill people just by that. Can't really do that in Oblivion. Mind you, I do have a spell that's kind of close to that, but I have its cost way too high, so you can't really just keep spamming and go, here you go, dead. But yeah, that's pretty much what I want to do. I want to do a couple of cool things, if there's anything else, kind of thing. So what these scripts are actually trying to do is that, so though, at any point in time, not at any point in time, every one of the Dark King's items has a script built into it. The armor does have built-in scripts. These are mostly just to add the spells to you. That's all they're there for. They're just to give you the spells. That's all they're there for. They're meant to give you the spells. That's what those items are specifically for. So when you go into combat, that's when you get your life detection, your whole shebang, blah blah blah. I kind of wanted to do one that increased regeneration, or not regeneration, your resistances, but I thought that was a little bit too overpowered. So I decided against it, but I might be pushed towards it again. You never know. I'll actually still cut her again. Oh, she's telling you how to cancel evolution. Alright. But oh, went to the wrong one. I need to go to this one, please. I mean, technically I can store stuff in here. I'll store protein. I actually did need to go to Pill's PC. But yeah, but there's actually one more idea that I was actually thinking of, and I think it would be perfect as an idea. I don't know how pretty much to execute as, but before the battle regeneration was supposed to actually be a thing, I originally wanted a script-based absorb health, magicka, and fatigue kind of thing. Or health, magicka, and stamina if you're new to Oblivion and more so relate towards Skyrim's kind of conditions. That's pretty much what the original idea was, and I was getting help on that. But with the person that I was using to help me with the battle regeneration, I was also asking him to help me out with this situation as well. He got kind of confused along the way. He got confused along the way of doing it because of the way that I structured everything. So I went, okay, well, what about just this basic battle regeneration? So as long as the player is in battle, they will get, you know, whatever. This is because back when I first learned of the console, not back when I first learned the console. Back when I first learned that certain monsters in the game, or certain creatures, monsters, whatever, it doesn't matter, in the game have their own unique spells that only they have, and a lot of them are active abilities, such as the Troll. The Troll has a natural regeneration of 1 health per second. Well, if the Troll has a natural, like, regenerating health of 1 per second, that's pretty incredible. Because that means that no matter what, you're always getting 1 health, in battle or without. And so when I ended up giving one of my characters this such spell, I noticed I was never able to be killed. And I never really did need to worry about my health. Because at any point, I was slowly regenerating it. Now, at one point, I was testing my health regen script with the Oblivion XP, because I originally had my Let's Play mods installed, or currently on, I should say, not installed, currently on, instead of having them turned off. So literally, since your endurance or whatever it was really high, so your health regeneration is also being increased. So literally, we're regenerating like 50 health points a second kind of thing. And that's not really helping my test right now. So I decided to just take them all off and just leave my mod on with the combat animations on. Again, that one doesn't change anything, it just changes the combat animations. I am using 3 different combinations, I think. They look a lot better than the vanilla animations, trust me, they do. But I think with all 3 of them combined together, probably don't look as good. Either that or I didn't do a good job of combining them, maybe. I don't know. I think that's the switch active, right? So it turns off that one. But that enables the one that's over in this area, I think, right? Ooh, item. But yeah, I probably didn't do a good job of trying to open them up, pretty much, so that's my fault. But I know the archery one is my favorite by far of all of them. The more so combat ones for 2-handed and 1-handed. I know for 2-handed doesn't really work really well because of that's more of an Oblivion, I think, limitation. It's not really too much of the combat animation. I know it is combat animation, but it's also I think it's also an Oblivion limitation as well in a sense. So kind of have to blame both at the same time. But for the most part, I use that combat animation a lot. And a few times I've had like issues with it. It was I think the only mod that had issues with it, and I kept having to kind of fix it, and then it would break again, and then I kept having to fix it, then it kept breaking again, then I kept having to fix it. So if you want to know what that combination one is, I don't know what the archery one is off the top of my head. I have, I think, a rough idea of the hand-to-hand one, I think. I don't want to say it just in case I might be wrong. I think this is the switch I need to access, right? Yeah, because I need to open this door right here. Maybe they made it easier in yellow. But you don't have to jump through hoops in order to get it. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, because I know the archery one, there was 2 different ones that I might have grabbed it from, and that's why I'm not saying exactly which ones they are, because I don't know which ones they could be. Because again, I don't really know which ones it is. But I know for the combat animation ones, for the one-handed and two-handed ones, that one is called DMC Stylish. I had a few issues with it, especially for my older laptops kind of thing, where anytime I would install a new mod, DMC would kind of crash a little bit in a way. So how it crashed would be that in the inventory, your inventory would be working fine, as if like nothing was wrong. And by that I mean like in inventory your character would look like the vanilla version, which looked kind of weird, and it's like, okay, whatever buddy, you're doing whatever you want, I guess. And then the other kind of type of crash is that in the inventory you'd have the DMC Stylish pose, but while you're while you're actually in third person, outside of the inventory screen kind of thing, you wouldn't be in the DMC Stylish pose, you'd be in the normal vanilla one. But once you shifted off your character, he would kind of shift over towards that DMC Stylish pose, which is really weird. And the easiest fix for that was to get rid of DMC Stylish, put it back in. It's the equivalent of, oh no, I'm having computer problems, let's just unplug the computer and plug it back in kind of situation. Or the equivalent of just saying, just restart your computer. And that's pretty much what that was. And I was like, hooray. And I found that out pretty quickly too. Because as soon as I uninstalled it and installed it right back on in, it worked. And I went, okay. And every time DMC Stylish crashed, I'd have to redo it. This was back when I was doing it manually instead of using a mod organizer, because I don't think there was one out. Or back before I think Oblivion didn't have one, or back when I think or back when I didn't know Oblivion had one. One of the two. Anyway, that was a thing. And I got really angry because every time I had to install one mod, I had to do it, and it would fix itself if I uninstalled the mod I just put in. So it's not like so it hated new mods kind of thing, and I was like, dude, I want to play this new mod, and you're not really helpful right now. I just went, whatever, who cares? So I ended up playing, so I ended up just doing that over and over again. So trust me, doing it manually was not easy. And plus, the way that I used to do it, now I don't do it anymore. Now I actually do it better. Now I actually keep the mods that I download instead of actually doing my old thing, which is download them, extract them from their RAR file or whatever, and then once they're thrown into my Oblivion thing, delete everything that I got from that RAR file, including the RAR file, and then do it. I don't do that anymore. All I do is that I open up whatever file destination it's at, RAR, whatever, set it to a certain thing. I think I have it as, so it has the name of the mod, and then inside it has all the directories, so like the meshes, the textures, the ESP, the ESMs if it has any kind of thing, and I have it all set in there. And that's exactly what I have it doing. And that's how I have every mod now. Now, some mods do break. I know the DMC stylish one doesn't particularly like that, but it works nonetheless, and it's much easier to get it to work anyway through this way, because he's just a... because I use Vortex, so I just click and then click again to install and then reinstall, and then it works. Mind you, since I got Monochrome, which is this current computer, I never really did have to uninstall and reinstall, so... Thumbs up. That's the only positive that I can see, is that I don't have to actually have to do that anymore, so it's quite good, actually. The other thing is that, like I am not really going to be too open about this too much, but like I absolutely hated Oblivion modding back in the old days. So I'm gonna actually say the first time I actually Oblivion modded. I'll also say this during the Oblivion thing that I have to record later on today anyway, because it's a very funny story. So back when I was in middle school, actually back during elementary school, I think late elementary school I should say, like grade 4 or 5, I think, I got introduced to Oblivion. I know, very, very young. But I knew the difference between a game and real life. So I knew that whatever I learned in there, or whatever kind of thing is not real and all that stuff, blah, 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 blah. So I wasn't a very violent kid anyway, so it didn't really matter if I knew. If I was playing, like, Doom or something like that as a 5-year, like, as a, how old was I? I was, like, 9 or 10, I think. Yeah, there's not really too much of anything wrong with that. Anyway, well, there was wrong with that. I was 9, but anyway. Yeah. So, anyway. So, back when I was in grade 6, 7, I think. 6, I think. Because I think 7, I was doing something else. Oh, sorry, I have to go to the other switch. Man. Yeah, so I think I had to... Yeah, so I went towards... So I looked at a bunch of other people playing these so-called Oblivion mods, and I thought, oh, those would be kind of fun to play. There was one person I will always be loyal to subscribe to, and I also have him as a friend on Steam as well. It's very nice, and I absolutely loved his content back in the old days. Especially for the Oblivion modding. He doesn't really do it anymore because he has a bunch of Oblivion issues, but nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, so I was watching this guy a bunch of times, and I was watching other people playing these cool mods, and I'm like, I want to do that. Like, I want to be able to play this Capes and Cloaks mod and all that stuff, and there wasn't really too much of any people saying, like, how exactly to do Oblivion modding. There was one that said drag and drop and it works, and I drag and drop, it doesn't work. So I'm like, am I doing it wrong? This guy literally says drag and drop. So I'm a visual person. I have to actually see pictures of what I'm supposed to be doing in order for me to do things. That's how I am. So if you don't show me exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, and you give me a basic text of like a how-to thing, it's like, okay, I don't understand. So this guy's just saying drag drop works. Okay, I drag drop doesn't work. I think I broke it. And it's not like I can't read the mod page at all. I'm reading the mod page. It says go to the Imperial City Market District and you should be able to buy the Capes and Cloaks. Okay, I'm going to the Imperial City thinking I've installed it correctly and I don't have it. Okay, something's wrong. So I read the guide again. It says, oh, make sure that the thing's checkmarked. duh, I forgot about that. So I go and check mark it. I go back. It's technically there, but they're all exclamation marks. What's wrong? So I think, oh, it's in folders. You notice where this is going. It's in these folders known as meshes and textures. Maybe I need to extract them from there. So I cut and pasted all the things from there and pasted them out of there into the game's data directory. One problem is that you don't need to do that, but I'm a kid who's trying to problem solve a very simple thing where people are saying to drag and drop. I don't know any better. I'm trying to figure out why this mod's not working. So I do that, and I'm like, it didn't fix it. Okay, now I'm lost. I don't know what's going on here. So I looked for a little bit, didn't really get any far, so I only was able to play Oblivion Vanilla. I was sad. And later on, when I was in grade 7... I'm trying to figure out when I first got an Oblivion mod to work. It was either late grade 7 or early grade 8, I think. I was finally able to get it to work, and I felt so dumb for actually extracting it all in there. And then I'm like, that's gonna make a good story one day. Whenever everybody's like, oh, how'd you get good at Oblivion modding? I'm like, drag and drop, man. Drag and drop. Like, this is just that bad. And again, this was before, and even the videos or websites or anything that I looked at for that never recommended a mod organizer. I don't think one existed back then, or it was less known, or something like that, where a lot of people did not know there was one out. That would have helped out a lot. I'm gonna tell you this. If you would have told me that I didn't have to worry about it, download Oblivion Mod Manager. I think that's the one that I used a lot early, I think. And that would have helped you out so much, I would have went for it. Because I quite literally did not understand what was going on here. I kept trying everything. At first I extracted all the mesh files first. Didn't work. I extracted all the texture files. Didn't work. And I'm like, okay, I don't understand what's going on here. I think I'm done. And then I gave up. Nowadays, now that I know how to mod Oblivion, if I do run into an issue like that, I go, okay, what's wrong? What's wrong with this thing that I'm seeing right now? What is up with it? Now that I know better, I know how to fix these issues, right? A lot of the times, usually it's a missing texture, missing a mesh, or the mesh is not misplaced. It's like a mistextured kind of thing. Doesn't have the right texture path or whatever kind of thing. You know, it makes, there's actual logical sense now that I'm actually doing it. I know how to do it. I'm not blindly just saying like, oh yeah, I know exactly what I'm doing. No, I don't. And I had a blast. Oblivion was my first Elder Scrolls game, and then later on, I was able to play Morrowind. I played for about 20 minutes, I think. It was like 10-20 minutes, and I'm like, I don't like the way this guy walks, and I didn't like the game at all. Oblivion looks more natural to me. Skyrim, see, I don't see it as more natural in a way. It slightly resembles Morrowind to me. Not as bad, but it slightly resembles Morrowind to my mind, and that's why I don't like it. Morrowind, when you go into third person and you walk, to me that looks like a silly walk. Like, it looks like you're trying to run, but you're in walking speed, and it just looks so clunky, and I didn't like it. Mind you, it was probably very advanced back when Morrowind was the new game, but for a person who played Oblivion and went straight to Morrowind, it didn't really look that normal to me. And so that's when I just went, okay, Morrowind's not the game for me. because Morrowind also had a sort of like a, I don't know if this is actually how it kind of worded it, but this is how I'm gonna word it. It has an accuracy check, which is really weird for a game. So literally, you could be standing in front of an enemy, swinging at their head, and your character will somehow miss when the enemy is not even moving, and they're hitting you, and you're hitting them, and somehow you're missing. This doesn't make any sense to me. So that's when I just ended up going, you know what? Morrowind's not really for me. But for a kid who only ever played 3 games, was it 3? I'm not going to count the Pokemon games because I don't really think I should count. I'm going to count PC games right now. There's only 3 games that I played as a kid that are on the PC. And one of them is a mod that I didn't know was a mod. I thought it was an actual game. One of them was Warcraft 2. I loved that game. Very, very fun and medieval, which I remember always imagining myself playing that game outside, playing with sticks and stuff like that. I would make like a thing, and I would always sort of make like the what do you call it? The not announcements. It's like to announce that your base is under attack. And I would literally just start swinging my stick at the pile of sticks and go, "Your base is under attack!" And I had a blast with that. The other game I was playing was Red Alert 2. This was just Red Alert 2. I don't think Heroes Revenge came out, or I didn't have it at that moment. You're probably noticing that I was more geared towards strategy games, which is funny because you'd be right. I was more geared towards strategy, and at that moment, I loved Red Alert 2. It was a lot of fun. I don't think I've ever played the campaign. I think I only played the skirmish. I think I played the campaign until like level like 3 or 4. Then I got stuck because I didn't know what to do, and then I just ended up just going to skirmish all the time. And later on, I go into the multiplayer games, I think, and then that was it. And I sort of learned a few things, and then the other game that I used to play was Tactical Ops. This one was the one that I played the most. And this one was the one that kind of made me look really weird. Okay, so in Tactical Ops, it is a mod of, I think it's the original Unreal Tournament, or it's the second one. It's not Unreal Tournament 2004, I think it's the one before that. I might be wrong on this. I don't know which Unreal Tournament it is. I know it's one of them. And that was the other game that had a very big impression on my young mind. So I was the weird kid that would pretend they were actually in the game. It was pretty much a VR in my mind. And I was the one that would be playing this game, thinking that I was literally in the game right now, playing this special thing that my parents had known as the Monsters thing. And I forget what it was, but I remember playing it. And they had their own sort of like Tactical Ops server. Oh no, the dig. No, I wanted the server. Yeah, so like I had my, so like I was playing monsters a lot, and I was really proud at one moment when I killed this thing called a Warlord. This thing is very dumb and very difficult to kill. So this thing, if you never played Tactical Ops Monsters, allow me to explain. It's a winged humanoid, I don't want to say demon because I think it's an alien. It's a winged humanoid alien thing
that shoots rockets as its normal enemy, and its movement is always, I don't want to say erratic, because I don't think I'm trying to remember, and it's very hazy trying to remember its movements, because I wasn't distracted by, because I wasn't like going like, ah yes, it's moving at 2 meters a second every time I try and shoot at it. No, I am trying to dodge rockets. So pretty much, yeah, I wasn't really too distracted by it, but I think from what I remember, it wasn't sporadic, but it kept moving, right? It wasn't like stationary for too long. I was so happy that I was able to kill one, and I was like, I killed a warlord, I'm so happy! And then they would spawn in 2 more. And I'm like, oh no, now there's 2 of them. I remember because at one point, yeah, so pretty much what I was doing on the children's playground was imagining myself playing monsters a bunch of times. And at one point, I was thinking that there's supposed to be the big bad alien thing known as the Rock Titan, or I think it was just called Titan. I think there's 2 different variants. There's the Rock Titan and a normal Titan. And I was thinking I was facing against the Rock Titan because he was throwing rocks at me, right? So I was thinking I was facing against him, and I was trying to kill the Rock Titan, of course. So I'm trying to make these gun sounds with him, and I was really bad as a kid, and I can't make them now. I think I was trying to simulate the same noises, but it doesn't really work really well. Mind you, I was playing these games when I was 5 or 6 or something like that, so I was really, really young. For Red Alert and Warcraft 2, I'd say it's pretty fine. Tactical Ops, no, because it actually has blood in it, and I definitely wouldn't give that to my kid, especially since it's an old graphical game. No. I technically wouldn't give a 9-year-old Oblivion, but then again, that's just me. And of course, there's the Pokemon games, the Yu-Gi-Oh games, and all that such stuff on my original Game Boy or whatever that I would play. All that such stuff. So it doesn't really matter, right? But back then, I think I was more so an outside kid, though. To be honest, I was always outside. I don't think I was ever inside, unless it was like supper or something like that. Like it was the meal time, or it was time to go home kind of thing, or something along those lines kind of thing. I don't think I've ever really did stick a while inside and played like Game Boy and stuff like that. I think the only ever time I think I stayed inside to play my Game Boy and such was when I visited family. Because I actually remember this because of 2 reasons. 1, I didn't know the location. I didn't know the kids in the local neighborhood. And even then, there was no point in making friends there because how often am I going to visit my family here? Not very often. Because it's only during special occasions, right? So it's like, I'm not going to be here. What's the point of making friends here? And the second one was usually when we're at this location. Aww, but I want to fight you. Aw, they don't let you skip anymore. Fine, I need the experience anyway. Okay, fine, whatever. Aw, really? Can I just fight you? Thank you. Okay, so you can get it right, and you'll still be able to fight them. Awesome. I'm just gonna skip this a little bit. Oops. Can I just face you? Thank you. Exactly what I wanted, so I want to pick you guys. I'm trying to level up Pikachu as much as possible before we get to the next gym, because I know the next gym is going to be kind of difficult. so I'm trying... Yeah, so that's pretty much my childhood for the most part. It was mostly just playing those games. And the only thing that I kind of regret was at one point... I was playing a Kirby game for the Game Boy. I don't remember it exactly which one. There might have... Like, I don't remember its name. And that's the problem, is that I don't remember fully about it. But I remember what I did with it. So at one point, I was a kid, and of course, you know, kids have their temper tantrums, and you know, they get very angry really quick when something doesn't go their way. So when I was playing my Kirby game, I kept dying. So I got really angry, and I kind of regret this, but I ended up smashing my Game Boy on my forehead. I got so angry, I headbutted my Game Boy. And I broke the screen. You can still hear the game. The game is running in the background perfectly fine, but there's a giant... Like, it sounds like a giant... smash you can see on the Game Boy screen. So... I think that the outside screen is perfectly fine. It's the inside. I'm trying to remember how to explain it for a laptop. A laptop has two screens. It's got the outside screen, which is, I think it's more plastic than glass. I might be wrong on this, or some kind of plexiglass or something like that. It's more of like, it's more of a durable kind of glass. Then inside of that has an LCD screen. That's probably what I broke from my Game Boy. Because I remember that the laptop I had before, the one that I'm going to immediately trash later, that one, under the same brand too, it's kind of funny. I had a little issue with that one. I won't go too much on topic of that one. But essentially, I broke it, so we ended up giving it to my cousin, I think, because his dad said that he can fix it, no problem. So, my dad just said, here you go. Here you go, you say you can fix it, here you go. Because he didn't want to fix it. So I ended up getting the Game Boy SP. This would be one of the very few that I would end up getting. I probably have had 4 or 5 of them, pretty much. I am very notorious for destroying consoles. I've had 4 or 5 different ones. I know the Game Boy, yes. The original Game Boy, I've had 1. Game Boy SP, I had like 3 or 4 of them. Tops. They all had different ones. I can remember how 2 of them got destroyed, but I don't remember... I know there was one that might have gotten destroyed beforehand, but I don't remember how. And I still have my last one. I think it was my mom said that this is the last one she's buying. She's not buying another one. This is the last one. She's not going to buy another one. And so I took that to heart and I went, okay, I got to keep this thing perfectly intact. It's got scratches on it because normal, like, console use, but that's it. It still works perfectly fine. It's probably not, it's probably still fully charged kind of thing. But again, I know one of them, I was playing it while I was in the bathroom, I think. I can't remember why I brought it with me in the bathroom. But I think I brought it into me with the bathroom, and of course, as a stupid kid, I let go of it for a split second to pull up my pants for some reason, and it dropped into the toilet and absolutely just fucking died. And I went, no! And I just lost my Game Boy, and I just went, Mom, I lost my Game Boy. I dropped it in the toilet, and then I think I still had it. I think I picked it up and I dried it off. And she's like, oh, well, we'll get you a new one. And one I remember, because The one before I got this one, or maybe I've only had 3 and I just don't remember. But that one, it had a very mysterious thing happen. I don't know if this is just normal or this is just my kid sort of head just thinking that this is how it happened. But, or I'm just misremembering it, but it just sounds so cool just to say it this way. When Bakugan was big, I mean huge, I was collecting. I didn't have a big collection or anything like that. I would just always ask for them, and I would never kind of get them when I really got them. But my grandmother used to always try, and anytime she went to Walmart or whatever, she would pick one up if she can, right? If they had it, because they were always mostly sold out. So for the most part, I would always have one of these, and I had a pretty decent collection. I think I had like 10, I think, at one point. Anyway, I was a dumb little kid, and I used to and I didn't know that magnets and electronics don't really go together. So while I was playing Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the one. I didn't have Fire Red at this point. I had Fire Red later on. When I was playing Pokemon Leaf Green, I was playing around with my Bakugan on the side while waiting for, tapping A to kill Pokemon, the normal gist of everything. And all of a sudden, something mysterious happened to my Game Boy. I think it's because it was, I'm trying to wrap my head around why it did this, and why it didn't just kill the Game Boy. It did something really weird, where my Game Boy would, I don't know if it ever turned green. It's weird. But anyway, so while I was using my Game Boy, it would be at the red at all times that I would play it, but it would never die, and I'd be playing it for hours. I remember playing that Game Boy for about like 12 to about 13 hours, and it would not die, and I was really confused. I didn't even charge it, and it would never die. I don't know if it's a weird thing with magnets, but it was weird. Because I would quite literally look at this thing and go, wow, this thing's at red for like however long it is, and it still hasn't died yet. I am quite surprised. And it stayed that way for a long time, and then eventually I think it died, and it wouldn't charge. So either, I don't know if this is exactly how it works, but I think this is how it worked in my head, is that that magnet supercharged the battery so that it would have more battery life, but it would not let it gain any more charge. It's probably not how batteries work, but to my tiny little kid brain, this is how it worked, and I thought, wow, this is cool. Then it died. And I thought it was really funny that ended up happening. I thought it was cool. My Game Boy never died. It stayed at the red, so it always had the illusion that eventually it would die, but it never did. And I thought, wow, this is so cool, man. My Game Boy doesn't die at all. It's at red all the time. And then eventually it did die. Which is apparent because it wouldn't charge. And the one I have right now, still probably somewhere in that cupboard or whatever. That one, I have tried to keep it. And I remember a good story about it. So, actually, I think that's pretty much all for the Game Boys. And in DS, I think I've only ever had like 2 or 3. I know one of them, I think, snapped in half, and I don't remember how it got snapped in half, but it got snapped in half for some reason. I can't quite remember. But anyway, yeah, so... Come on, PKH, I want you to level up. I know this is a ground gym, but still, I want you to level up, man. Kind of deserve it. But yeah, so my first DS, I forget what happened to it. No, sorry, it didn't snap in half. It had a weird thing where you had to shimmy it to, like, you had to kind of twist and bend it a little bit. And then for some reason, it just wouldn't work anymore. So I think I might have twisted it or bent it or whatever too much, and I got a second DS. Same thing happened. I would twist and turn it and it would just work, and then at some point it would twist and turn back or something like that. It would readjust back to its original resting position, and then it would break again. My kid brain thought of this. It's a loose wire. A 10 or 11-year-old diagnosed a problem before it was even known. And I remember because if you go back to, I think it was Pokemon Blue or Pokemon Yellow, one of the sessions I was talking about a cousin that originally got me angry about a Pokemon trade because he wanted the Pokemon back after he saw me train it for so long. This same cousin has a family friend that fixes electronics, like DS's. So, my mother asked his mother specifically to ask if he can fix my DS, because I already diagnosed that it's a loose wire. Mine's pretty easy to do. And then my cousin's DS broke for some odd reason, it doesn't really matter. So, I get told much later on, back when DSIs are the new big thing, and I got a DSi XL, and I'm like, you know what? Where's my DS? Where's my DS? And my mother goes, oh yeah, about that. Apparently, you were right. It was a loose wire. Okay, so that's an easy fix. Unloosen it. Tighten it up. Where's my DS? I'm confused at this point because I should have it right now. She goes, yeah, apparently instead of giving you back your DS because you already properly diagnosed it, he fixed your cousin's with using parts from your DS. And I went, what? And she goes, yeah, don't worry about it. You got a DS now. You got a DSi. Yeah, but I want my DS as well. I've been waiting for that DS for, I think, about a few months at that moment. So I thought, oh, maybe the parts or whatever, or something like to help tighten it down or whatever, are taking a really long time kind of thing to get in. No, this douchebag decides to take my perfectly fine DS, just need to tighten whatever wires you need to do or trying to get it to kind of work, and gives it to my cousin. Apparently he totaled his. So you're gonna rob me, but... okay, well, whatever. So the next time I go to my cousin, I have my DSi, or whatever, and he has a DS Lite that looks kind of funky. I actually have it here. I stole it back. Because a lot of the parts that are in that one are mine, so I took it back. But anyway, enough about that. He stole my DS, I stole it back. Retribution, there you go. Anyway, that one is very, very odd. It's a black DS, but if you flip it over, it's got some white decal, like the white trimming on it. First of all, if you're new to DS Lites, allow me to explain this. DS Lites don't come in that. From what I remember, DS Lites come in white or black. There's no in between. It's white or black. And then there's maybe some promotional things, but that's not what I'm talking about here. For the basic colors, you got black or white. You never got, like, turquoise or blue, or like the same thing with the 3DSs and stuff like that. Unless I'm misremembering, but those are the only two colors that I've actually saw. Was white and black, shades, whatever, doesn't matter. Those are the two ones that you mostly saw on the kid playground, pretty much. So when I saw that my cousin had this, I got really confused and I went, "That's an interesting DS." And then it clicked. That's the DS that he got fixed. And that's the one that's using my parts. But you want to know something? This was before that whole trade situation, I think. This probably was before that whole trade situation, or after, something like that. I don't remember. To be fair, when the trade situation and this DS thing fiasco happened perfectly. But it happened at some point. Anyway, in pretty much the most, like, easiest to explain kind of moments is that I was never told, and this is funny, they never told me that DS ever did it. My mother found out from someone. Not even from my cousin's mother or father or whatever. Found out from some mysterious third party kind of thing. Seriously? Whatever. So, pretty much, I was angry. I took back the DS. I hid it somewhere in my backpack or something like that. They never looked in it. They never looked in my backpack. And I got back home. I was waiting for a call or something from them saying, "Hey, does he have his DS?" Never got one. So it's almost like so it's either one of two scenarios. Either they knew I took it and they were pissed off, but they weren't pissed off enough to try and press charges because my mother knew that DS was mine anyway. Or not, she didn't actually have evidence of it, but it's like you can clearly tell that it was that. Or B, they never looked for it. They probably thought he misplaced it and they would end up finding it somewhere. I have it. So, it's fine. It's happened. Who really cares? I took back my property. Because apparently what was said was that all of the exterior, for the most part, was... Because apparently he totaled his DS. It wasn't working, everything was in pieces or something like that. Like, it was absolutely, like, garbage, pretty much. You might as well throw the thing out at that moment. Like, it was that bad. But apparently he got his fixed, and I didn't get mine fixed. How is that possible? I heard yours was totaled, and mine wasn't. Mine had a loose wire. And I was pissed when I heard that too. I was a kid. I was angry. My cousin pretty much had my DS. His DS was in non-working order. Mine was. My DS was in full working order. His wasn't. The only problem with mine was that I kept feeling awkward about twisting it enough. Because I kept thinking I was going to snap it in half. Because I had to put at least a little bit of force on it, and I felt, I'm going to break it at some point. A lot of bad things happened with that cousin, and I got really pissed. But yeah. And then when I got the DS back, I was able to do Pokemon Black and White trades, because I was able to play it on the DS and the DS Lite, the DSi, XL, and the DS. It's really awesome. Okay, so back to the Game Boy part, because I said there was actually an interesting story about that. Oh, Arcmus again, nice. I don't really care. Man, I'm gonna challenge the Pokemon League. Yeah, I've collected all the badges. You're gonna use me as a warm-up? Well, if losing's a warm-up, good warm-up, man. So back when Diamond and Pearl quite literally were the brand spanking new games, I think, because they were out in that November, and I got it in December on Christmas, because that's when I got it, which was really, really nice. I got Pokemon Diamond as my first. So literally, when we're actually going to be recording the new Diamond and Pearl games, I'm going to be getting Diamond as more of a kind of a symbolic thing that, you know, it was the first DS game I got. It's going to be the first Nintendo Switch Gen 8 remake game that I'm going to get. If I can get both at the same time, I'm going to try and get both at the same time, but I don't think I have the luxury of getting both again, like I did with Sword and Shield, but I have the luxury of getting one of them at least. Anyway, enough about that, pretty much. So pretty much, I was able to... I was able to get Pokemon Diamond, but I didn't have a DS to play. And I heard from the grapevine that you only needed to use a DS, but that it may work on the Game Boy Advance SP, as it is a special version of the Game Boy, so it's said to have a functionality to play the game. This was a false rumor, but you know what? It gave me hope as a kid. I thought that I could play it. I had a Game Boy SP. That's literally what the last 3 Game Boys that I had was, pretty much. And that's the one that I currently have. I remember inspecting that thing, looking at every little nook and cranny on that device, specifically to find out, can I actually play Pokemon Diamond on it? I can't. And I felt so defeated that I found out so late that I cannot use it. So I got so sad that I ended up going, you know what, I'm done with this, and I quit. And I quit looking for that port or whatever. I felt so defeated that I'm just like, you know what, I'm done. I'm not looking for it anymore. I'm just gonna stick with what I'm doing and end it off like that. That's how I was. I felt literally so defeated, and I felt so bad, and I'm like, I wasted hours of my life trying to look for it. I didn't take screws out, though. I was looking at every exterior thing, and I'm like, maybe there's a hidden slot or something like that in the Game Boy cartridge for the Game Boy games. And I'm like, I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk it. Man, I don't want to risk it for that. So yeah, so eventually I gave up on looking for it. It's not that really like interesting too much, but I thought that was really fun. I looked for everything and I couldn't play it. The only time I could play it was when I visited my father's house, because my father and mother were gone, or not gone, but they were separated, kind of thing. The only time was when I went to his house, because he had a DS. But yet I couldn't really do much in there, because I could only play it for about apparently 2 or 3 hours. So, not much progress was being done. And then eventually I did get myself a DS. And by myself I mean like I got it for my birthday. So I didn't really have to only play it for 2-3 hours a day. I could, when I was over there, I could actually play it for longer now. But that didn't last long, to be honest. I think as soon as I got Oblivion, I was on the PlayStation 3 more often than on the DS. I think when I was at my father's, because that's when I got the PlayStation, and that's literally when I was playing a lot of Oblivion, because that was one of the few gifts that I got for that. Yeah, something to mention before we actually end up continuing onward with this. Actually, technically there is no story, because I think I've already finished it for the most part. Yeah. I have every save that I've ever had. I tried to get all my Game Boy Advance ones. I think I talked about this during the Crown Tundra of the reason why I want a homebrew Switch specifically. But allow me to explain even further. So on my drive that I've literally named Grimoire, it was originally called Archives, but I changed it to Grimoire because Archives is actually meant to be the external storage of everything that I've ever had, especially for saves and pre-installed games and all that stuff kind of thing. But for the most part, yeah, that's exactly what it has. Is it has all of my console saves. It has all of the 360 saves, all the Xbox 360 saves. Now, it would technically have my PlayStation 3 saves. However, before I even thought of it as a child to kind of keep the drive or whatever for archival purposes kind of thing, the PlayStation 3 broke at my father's, and my father decided that there is no point in trying to find out how to fix the dang thing, and just decided, you know what, let's just throw it out and buy a new one. So that's exactly what he did. So I lost a lot of saves. I think I lost all of my Oblivion ones. This was before Skyrim, I think, so I don't think I played Skyrim on the PlayStation. I lost one of my favorite games. I'm not going to reveal it because if I ever actually am able to record any PlayStation 3 games, that's the first game I'm recording because I really love that game and I really want to finish it. I only ever finished the first game and there is a second game and I want to play that one. So that's why I really want to do that one. And there was a bunch of other ones too. I'm trying to remember them all. There's my Uncharted ones. Uncharted 1 that I never finished. I got stuck on the second water jet thing or whatever. I got stuck because I kept dying at one point and I couldn't continue, so I just said, you know what, I'm done playing Uncharted. I got frustrated, and then Uncharted 2, I watched a person beat it before I beat it. Because... Actually, the reason why I did that was because we didn't actually have Uncharted 2 at that moment. So, I watched a series about it. I forget who it was. I think it was one of the Machinima guys that was playing it. And I was watching him play it. And when he ended up beating it, that's when we got Uncharted 2. And I was saying that I knew how to beat the game, and I beat the game. I didn't get all of the achievements enough so I could just have God mode. So I had unlimited ammo, I was disguised as the villain of the game, I think, and all this other stuff. That's one of the interesting things that I wish a lot of more single player games did, is that they have built-in cheat codes. Hear me out? So though, for people that are on consoles that don't have the luxury of being able to use, in the case of Oblivion and Skyrim, because I know those console codes, TGM, Toggle God Mode. You don't have that option. When you've beat the game, it doesn't matter. You beat the game. If you want a challenge, restart the game. Do something different. Like, mostly the only thing I can think of for the reason why Oblivion and Skyrim don't do it is because they're meant for the community to kind of change it. And that's one of the issues with the console games, is that what can the community do for them? I'm saying for original Skyrim, not for special edition. Because apparently for special edition for the consoles, you can actually put custom mods on there. Minus the PlayStation 4 version, I think. Or the PlayStation versions. I don't know if they ever released it for PlayStation 3. I don't think so. I think it was only PS4, maybe PS5 now. Unclear. I don't have a PlayStation 4 or 5. That's why I don't play games like that. And there's actually a very good reason why I don't have it. Because I had a computer. And to me, back then, back when those two were the big consoles, I originally thought that PC was the better one because I was raised on it. And then back a couple of years ago, trying to remember. Back when I was before I got this laptop that was right next to me, which is now my new favorite laptop because it is way better than all the laptops I've ever had combined. I always thought, I ended up making my Nintendo Switch my ultimate gaming console, and there's actually a reason for that. All my computers at that moment were quite trash, and I didn't have the money to spend. How much did I spend on you? I think about $1,000? A grand, I think? I even got a discount on it, and it was still $1,000. That is a lot for a person who just wants to play PC games. It didn't even have to be a laptop. It could have been a desktop, but I would have preferred a laptop because then I can move it from room to room, right? And especially since my living situation in that moment was I was living with family, so I didn't really have the luxury of moving a tower, a monitor, mouse and keyboard. It would have been easier with a laptop. That's why I ended up asking a bunch of people over there, what's the best gaming laptop for value? Like, what's the best for, the cheapest of the gaming laptops that were on the line, but that were I wouldn't be too bottlenecked too much. And I got recommended this one. I don't really care for not saying a lot over here, so I'm gonna say it now. I got the Acer Nitro 5. Now, I'm new to upgrading laptops, so I didn't know this. Just in case you don't know, I'm gonna say it too. I asked if I were to get the CPU of the other version of the Nitro 5. The Nitro 5 has two different CPUs. It's got an Intel i5 and an Intel i7. Now I said that if I were to get the Intel i7, even the motherboard for the Intel i7, or no, I think I just said the CPU, I think. If I were to get the CPU of the Intel i7, the same one that supposedly works with the other one, can I actually get it to work with this laptop? I got told no. So I went, okay. The only things that you can upgrade on a laptop are the memory and the storage space. That's it. Battery, if they ever actually end up upgrading the battery or whatever. But anyway, those are the only things you can upgrade. Or replace, technically. So I said, oh, okay. And technically a charging cable, but I mean internally. So when I first got this laptop, before I even bought the laptop, I bought an M.2 SSD. I bought a Western Digital one, 500 gigabytes, because I thought that I wouldn't need more, because the laptop's automatically going to have it. So it's automatically going to have a drive built into it, so why would I need to add a drive? So I said, you know what, I'm just going to get an M.2. I looked for the one that was cheap, and I don't want to say cheap as in like, oh, I'm trying to, not make it as powerful or something like that, but I looked for the cheapest one that had the best value for the performance. And I found one. I found a M.2 Western Digital. I think it's Western Digital Blue, which I think is more so for office space. Didn't really matter. It was only just to have Windows installed on it, so that it would be much faster than a hard drive, but still. As I was told, hard drives are not really good for that kind of stuff, so. Anyway, who really cares? So I ended up going with a Western Digital Blue 500 gigabyte M.2 SSD, and I ended up having a lot of fun with that for a while until I was able to, until I wanted to start building up this tower right here, the one that I'm currently using. Now this little laptop right here cost me, I think at the end, if I put the M.2 cost I don't want to count shipping either, because I think I got free shipping for it. But anyway, with that cost plus the RAM upgrade I gave it would total to around $1,600, $1,700 if you round it up a little bit. There might be like a few $50 or $60 kind of thing around the line, but $1,600 to $1,700 for a laptop. That's not including games or anything like that. I can literally tell you though that if I were to value my Switch with all the digital games that are actually inside it, it would be around, and the micro SD, it would be around $3,000 to about $4,000 kind of thing. And that's because every game that I paid that were on it are new games, which are $80, $90 in my area, but $80. No, they're $80, but they're $90 with the tax here. Yeah, so $90. That's $100 every game for the most part. So that's a lot. And since I bought Sword and Shield mixed in together, that's about $200 right then and there. So, yeah. And that's for Sword and Shield only. What a cool thing, right? There we go. Okay. I was thinking Squirts was gonna go down at some point, but he didn't. Good job, Squirts. But yeah, so I had a lot of fun with that laptop. It made me go through that that area, or that time of my life very easily, and it also went through a lot of other things really quickly too. So I am very happy with it. It helped me through a lot of tough times as well. So it was a very good laptop. And I've only had one issue with it. When I moved to over here, specifically, I ran into this issue. I don't really know how to explain how it happened. So, when I first moved here, we had to go somewhere, pretty much back to where I was before I moved here. So, I had to go back there for some reason, or for a reason I don't remember what it was, and we had to go and oh wait, I need to grab that item. And I went into my normal area over there, and I ended up going on my laptop. I have my laptop charged and everything, blah 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 blah, of course. Later on, when we had to leave, when I got home, when I got back here, I looked for my laptop charger, because my laptop, I wanted to have the charger plugged in, not plugged into the computer, but plugged into the wall socket, so that though when my laptop does die, I just need to plug into the laptop, boom, done. Apparently I left it over there. So for a while, I had dead weight next to me. I had a paperweight next to me. I think at that point I didn't even have Cube fully done either. Yeah, I think Cube wasn't even fully done. So I had two paperweights next to me. So I was like, yay, I can't use them. So I was trying to figure out, so I was texting them, asking them, hey, next time you go, like, I was asking a cousin that usually goes. I have a lot of cousins. I asked them, hey, next time you go, can you go look for my charger? Didn't get anything. Then I had to go there for something else, because I think they were doing something over there. So I'm like, this is a perfect time. This is a perfect time for me. I can quite literally go over there, make sure I have my charger next time, and then I'll have a good time because I'll actually have my charger. I go there, I find my charger in literally 10 seconds. Apparently they set it aside, but they didn't tell me they found it. They didn't tell me that they found it. They found it, set it aside, ready to give it to me. Apparently, but at the first, like, 10 seconds that I got down there, I put my laptop down, because, well, I'm over there, might as well bring my laptop. I have the charger now. And I'll go, and quite literally, I found the charger in 10 seconds. I'm like, great! This is going to be a fun time now. I have my charger now. I won't be bored while I'm over there. So I helped them do the thing, and they drove me back, and I remember I had my charger this time. I remember at one point, during the entire time I didn't have the charger, I actually had to boot the laptop. One of my applications updated and completely overhauled their UI because I broke the original, so I had to re-download it, and it had a completely different UI that I did not get. Like, I still have certain functions of that one, but for the most part, like, I didn't like majority of it, so I'm like, I have to turn on my laptop. I have to turn it on. It's the only way I can get this application to be back to the way that I used to like it. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna risk it. It went from whatever it started off as, which it should have been 100 or maybe 90 or whatever, it doesn't really matter, and it went down to about 30%. Apparently, trying to move a almost, I think it was about 700 megabyte program over to a USB stick that is guaranteed for about 8 gigs of memory, or 8 gigs of space. Not very good. So it took really long, and I was paying attention to the battery life, and I was looking at it going down, and I was like, am I even gonna get it or not? And it just so happened that it finished. I literally safely removed hard drive or whatever, did that normal shenanigans, shut down the laptop, put it down, made sure it shut down perfectly fine, and left it alone. It ended off at like 20-30%, something like that. Just take it down. Come on, there we go. Perfect. That one's down. Alright. So there we go. That was that for the most part. So I was happy that that was a thing. So that was fun. That was a fun time. That was a fun experience. I learned a lot of crazy shenanigans for that. And I remember getting Borderlands 3 for $60. I got, this was back when I think it first got released on Steam, or a little bit, like a couple weeks maybe after the fact, where it got a 50% off sale or something, or it got 50 or 30 or something like that. It got some percentage off. And it gave me all the DLCs, and it gave me Bounty, and it would have given me, and it gave me the season pass, so I was able to get Bounty of Blood, and because I played it right when it was released. I wasn't recording at this moment, because this room definitely was not built for recording. Even now it's not technically made for it, but it's a lot better than what it was before. You withdrew drowsy? Why? You can definitely see the PowerPoints or the power of bubble beams not really good. Anyway. Yeah. Set whole shenanigans. I would have probably started trying to record earlier with the laptop. There's two issues with that. One is that it was only recording using the Intel integrated graphics. I was not experienced with OBS, so I didn't know the reason why it was doing this. Now I know. And now I know that I could have changed it, probably. I haven't checked to see how OBS worked on the laptop. So we're just gonna ignore that for now. Okay. So, a couple things. One, I need to figure out which one is takedown. Are you takedown? Solar beam. Okay. I need takedown. Oh no, I stored it, didn't I? You're fish, aren't you? Yeah. I stored the TM. I don't know what the TM is. Anyway, I gotta go pause the recording. I gotta go find out what the TM is. It's gotta be one of the later ones. It's gotta be one of these. Actually, I'll go look it up. Let's go find out right now what it is. This one red. TM list. TM list. There we go. Doesn't really matter. We just need one. Just need to know which one is which. Okay. We need to find takedown. Takedown is TM09. Alright, so this one, literally, wow. Okay. Let's see here. This is gonna store all the TMs for now. So when we actually come back, it's from the unpause pretty much. Two things are going to be changed. One, all of the vitamins, the health up, the iron and all that stuff will be changed into PowerPoint ups, or PP ups if you want to call them that. I find that the very, like, child in me just really wants to giggle at it. That's why I'm not trying to say it that way. TM09 will then be changed to TM08, as that is Body Slam, and that is infinitely what I want to give to Leafia, of course. So the Leafia hashtag is a good move, so we're going to go stick with that. So I'm going to save, because I actually need to save for anything, and I'm going to be right back. Alright, so after everything is done, we have kind of a new couple things, so I just wanted to make sure that everything worked properly. You're going to notice a few things that are different. One thing that is different, of course, is the fact that every item now is in a different order. Through the program that I use specifically just to change my item values and stuff like that, it had a sort items feature. I decided to use it. Okay, so we're gonna give our Venusaur Body Slam as we are at the final location. Body Slam is supposed to replace, I think it still has Tackle? No, it had Sleep Powder. Oh, I remember why I did that. It doesn't really matter now. I know why, because I thought at some point, I think I probably thought of it last session, but I kind of changed my mind how I wanted to do it. Alright, so let's plan out how we're gonna do the Elite Four now, because we kind of need to. Can I find out? Didn't I have it saved on here? Pokemon Red Elite Four. I did at some point. Let's just. Oh, it already has Pokemon Yellow there. Amazing. It has it there. Perfect. Anything dramatic has changed since the last time we went through it. Let's see here. So for Lorelei, I think PK should be perfect because we would be able to outspeed everything. The only threat that I can see is the last two Mons. The first one should be fine so long as we can outspeed it and we can actually instant kill it. We should be fine. The last couple ones, not really too big of a threat, so we can not really need to worry about that if we were to throw PK in that sort of area. For the second one, we would need to throw in Leafia. Leafia serves the best for this area. Either that or I throw Squirts, but I want to save Squirts for the final Elite Four member, as the final Elite Four member is going to be very difficult with any other member. That's why. So we have our game plan. We're going to move PK forward. So this is how we're going to do it. We're going to go PK there. We're going to do it like this. So we have PK in front because PK actually needs to do a lot of a lot of damage on these ones. PK may faint. That is the problem. So let's go use up all the rare candies. I thought I stored some in the PC box. Apparently I didn't, but I thought I did. Let's make PK level 50. I think 57 should be fine. We will be the highest level against them. For the second one, Leafia is definitely going to be a little bit in trouble. So at least with it being level 56, we should have a fighting chance. Okay. We are going to pick up some revives. Technically, we shouldn't need revives, because as soon as they get downed, that sort of just gives them an extra doubt, but... Oh, wait. I don't want to buy one. I want to buy more than that. I want to buy... we'll buy 20. We're not going to need it, but we're going to buy 20. We don't really need max repels anymore. We will need Pokeballs later, but that's beside the point. I mean, I'm going to need Pokeballs at some point. Actually, we're not going to do that yet. Alright, so we also have 10 PP ups. This is between all of the vitamins we have collected solely. So let's see here. So Thunderbolt will be Pikachu's star move, pretty much. I mean, we're going to be spamming Double Team, I think, and then we're going to be using Thunderbolt. But, I mean, are we going to need it for the final battle? So it says that he has 3 different teams, but it doesn't... I'm trying to think if he'll say anything about it. Okay, so we have to... So I think... I'm wondering if there's a random, like, if there's actually a chance that you might be able to figure out which ones he's actually going to use. So we have Jolteon. So Thunderbolt is fine the way it is. I don't really think we need to worry about getting Pikachu all the way up for the most part. Actually, will we even need PowerPoint ups? Because I'm thinking of if it's just one solo match. Yeah, because if there was held items in this game, I would try and make Leafia try and be as bulky as possible, but I don't think that's even going to be a thing. And Agatha is going to be a kind of problematic. Actually, no, it's going to be easy. Its Lance is going to be kind of problematic. Level 62? Wait. What level? It's almost like I geared towards them perfectly fine. Leafia is 1 level, or 2 levels, sorry, less than Bruno's final Mon, and Drachythum is 3 levels behind Agatha, but Squirts is 1 level higher than Lance's. Kind of interesting. Okay, so we should be able to be perfectly fine. 4 against, 5 for each Elite Four. For the champion, we're 2 behind. That's not that bad. Alright, enough babbling. Let's go through this. I wish I could switch their moves outside of the Elite Four challenge, but then again, that's fine. I don't really care. Alright. I'm going to save this save for now. Can I just throw it in Pokemon Yellow and it'll be fine? Nope. I will copy it then. I will throw it somewhere else. There we go. Alright. Before the Elite Four, let's go. First battle. We're against Lorelei. We are locked in. We have the text document loaded up so that we can be able to update it if Pikachu ever goes down. How this challenge works, or how we're going to do the Elite Four, is that we are not allowed to switch to another Mon, even if we need to recover. So Pikachu is all by himself against Lorelei. If Pikachu goes down, we're allowed to bring in another member. If that member goes down, that doesn't go against their death count, because it is all on Pikachu at that point. Pikachu was supposed to live, supposed to take it all on, but he wasn't able to take it on. That's how we're going to do it. Alright, that's how it works. Let's go forward. We have Lorelei. Welcome to the Pokemon League. I'm Lorelei of the Elite Four. No one can best me when it comes to icy Pokemon. Kind of funny, you only have 2 ones that are not ice types, I think. Right? No, one of them that's not an ice type, sorry. I thought Xilestar wasn't an ice type. Apparently it is, so never mind. Ignore me, I am just wrong. Freezing moves are powerful. They are. I have Ice Beam on my Squirts for a reason. Your Pokemon will be at my mercy when they are frozen solid. I hope that doesn't happen. Ha 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 ha. Are you ready? Nope. But yes, we are. Secretly. Secretly, we are ready. Alright, Dugong, level 54. Pikachu's level 57. Should be able to take you on. But first, we're going to double team. I'm not going to try and speed it up, depending on what it is. If it's Dig, I will speed it up. But please spam rest. Please. Please spam rest. That's all I need. I think it might be continuously spamming rest. It might be, what game was it? Is it the remix or is it the original where Drake's, I think, it's either Drake's or it's Phoebe's first Pokemon wants to use Protect and will continuously try and use Protect until it actually goes off. And then they'll use their other moves. Okay, we are +6 evasion. Pretty much nothing should hit us. Pretty much. There's a slight chance that something will hit us, but that doesn't matter. Pretty much when there's a big threat, Dugong's not really too much of a big threat. Kind of sad that he's not a threat. But Xilestar's not a threat too. He is not special defense bulky. Oh wait, what's electric in this gen? Is it physical or special? I'll know if it lives. It's special. Alright. Oh yeah, that's right. Every evolution is special. Mind you, there are more evolutions, but I mean, I'm trying to remember if Thunderbolt is special or physical in this gen. Yeah, I kind of figured. Okay, Jinx is pretty much a big threat, but I think a Thunderbolt will take it out no matter what. It's the Lapras. I know how bulky Lapras is. Ooh, really? You live from that? That's interesting. I know for a fact that Lapras will live no matter what, and that is a big problem. So I'm gonna Thunder Wave. Trust me, every Lapras build that I've ever made has taken advantage of Lapras's defenses. Look at what's it called? Pokemon Insurgents. I had Lapras, or Lapria, if you will, being used as a literal wall, because that's literally what it's meant for. Okay, I thought this was gonna be much tougher. One weight off my shoulders. Nice. You're better than I thought. Going ahead. You only got a taste of Pokemon League power. Cool. I have one question, Leafia. Please tell me your first typing is not poison. It's grass, okay. Because how defensive types work is the first one, apparently. So if it was poison, it would be weak to his first Pokemon, and I don't want that. I want to save. Yeah, we're going to save before Bruno, so we're going to go straight for Bruno, because I know for a fact we're going to have a rough time with Bruno. Leafia doesn't have much of aggressive moves, but it's fine. I wish Toxic Spikes was a thing, because I would actually use that over Toxic, but it's fine. Bruno. Onyx, we have to use Razor Leaf. Oh, I sped up by accident. But it's fine, we're only setting up the mons. It's not like I sped up the aggressive. Okay, come on, let's see. Take it down. Yes! Thank you. So does that mean that grass is special because Leafia was special? Or not Leafia, Leafeon? Leafeon? Please do what? Just half? That's awesome. Okay, we resist this. I didn't think we resisted that well. Jeez, man, it only did 4 damage? Pfft, I have nothing to worry about then. I thought it was going to do, like, 10, maybe even 20 damage. It did 4. It did 4 damage. I got a crit? What? That's interesting. Yeah, I went back on that YouTube video that said, yeah, so the faster the mons are compared to their opponents, the more likely they are to crit. And with Slash, I think they said Tauros and Persian were the 2 big ones that will pretty much always crit no matter what kind of thing. Yeah. I'm gonna go for Body Slam here. More raw damage. If it lives... Ooh. Actually, let's... That's a crit, too. It got hit by Recoil. Let's find out how much Razor Leaf does. If Razor Leaf takes it out, I'm gonna be happy. This is Bruno's last mon. I thought Bruno and Lorelei were gonna be tough. Got a crit. Nice! And there you go. We win. My job is done. Go face your next challenge. Alright. Drachytham is next. This one's gonna be a breeze. Doesn't matter if we're gonna be under-leveled or whatever the whole shebang is. Doesn't really matter. We're gonna win. There's no question about it. We're gonna win. This is how this works. We're gonna win. And before we go against the champion, we're gonna fully heal up everybody, and that's it. I'm just gonna fully heal everybody. We're gonna set our team up to kind of go against his first mon, I think. I don't really think I need to worry about anything else. Yeah, we're gonna set up our team. Actually, if we actually go through what we're gonna do, which is get Squirts in the front, That's pretty much all we need. And just so you know, we're always playing any Pokemon game. This doesn't matter if it's Pokemon Essentials based or the normal main series games. We're always going to be playing on set mode, which means that we're always going to be in that critical state where if we want the advantage, we have to switch. We cannot stay in on we're not going to be playing on switch mode. Switch mode might be fine, might be good if you're just new to Pokemon games, but since I play Pokemon games since I was a kid, yeah, and since I find that the Pokemon games are pretty easy, the older generation games, like Generation 1, Generation 2, are much more difficult because of the less Pokemon choices kind of thing. Think about it this way. During Generation 1, there was only 151 Pokemon that you could have picked on your team. 150 technically, because Mew didn't exist, I think. I think Mew is that 151, I think. But yeah, there is a total number of 150 Pokemon you could have picked on your team, and that's including like the low evolutions kind of thing too, because I don't know the calculations of all the full evolution ones. I'm gonna put a rough 63. So there are 63 Pokemon, let's say, that could be picked on your team. That's Generation 1. Generation 2, let's say that number changed from 63 to 107. You have a bigger selection, but now let's go to Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon you can have from Generation 1 to Generation 7, plus there's the Alola forms. Let's say that total goes up to 500 Pokemon as fully evolved, or 400, let's say. 400 Pokemon that are fully evolved. Way better than that 63 from Generation 1. That's why the newer generations are much easier, because you have much more of a fleshed out team that you could have picked. Need a Dark and Dragon, you need a Dark type? Well, there's a bunch of selections you could have picked. You need that one Dragon Flying type? There's like about 40 of them you could have picked. There's always that one Pokemon that you could switch into, and that's the big problem with the first generation games. The first generation games, there's not really much of a choice. I'm gonna fully heal Leafeon right now because I think I'm gonna might switch into it. I don't know how well Squirts is gonna do against Aerodactyl, but it's fine. Should be fine. Alright, so I want to double check the champions team for a second. Will we need every member for the fight, or will one actually be excused kind of thing? We don't really have an answer for Alakazam. That's fine. Let's see here. Squirts, Trichithum, Squirts again, Leafeon, or Pikachu, whichever one we want to kind of pick. And Jolteon, pick your poison at that moment, right? Pick Squirts or Trichithum for that, and you're good to go. Alright, let's go. Let's continue on. We're going against Lance. I didn't save. Oh, I forgot his trigger was you walk up to him. Dang it, man. It's fine. I don't really care. I'm not really going to say his dialogue. I've already said it a bunch of times. I'm pretty sure he probably never changed it. Oh, I should probably turn that off, because I don't really need to know that anymore. Oh, I forgot he led with Gyarados. That's fine, Squirts can resist it. And plus, I also have Body Slam. That would have been perfect for Pikachu, but again, can't switch to Pikachu. Can't use Pikachu. This one is Squirts' fight. And Squirts can probably take it down with 2 Body Slams. Oh, 3 Body Slams. Never mind. 3 Body Slams. It's awesome. Unless I get a crit. That might do a lot. And we can't use items. That's another one of my challenges. Okay, now we're in that stressful part that Squirts might go down. Okay, now we gotta be very, very cautious on what we're doing. Okay, Aerodactyl, Generation 1 is where it's kind of finicky for me. Is it weak to water, or is it also weak to ice? I'm gonna go find out. Can I actually search up different Pokemon from this generation? I can. Alright. Okay, this comes into the real question. What is stronger? We have Bubble Beam. 65 plus Stab. It's 50%, I think, in this gen, right? So that's about 95. It's like 95, 97. So Bubble Beam is the answer. Because it's stronger than Ice Beam. It's slightly stronger than Ice Beam. Because it's like 97.5. Unless I'm misinterpreting Stab in Generation 1. I don't know, Bubble Beam. Plus we can also reduce its speed, which will be helpful. Nice. Aerodactyl's down. Oh, the next one's gonna be the scary one. That's Dragonite. May live. I want to double check though. Will it live? It says it's 4 weak to ice, but I don't believe that for 1 second. It may not live. It may not live. It's a 50-50. It's a 50-50. We're 2 levels higher. Okay. Now, normally in this kind of case, quad means death. No matter what Pokemon it is, quad means death. And if it's a stab quad, it's definitely dead. But the thing is that Generation 1, they might have patched it for yellow, but I'm not quite sure. Yeah, Artemis has beaten... I don't understand this at all. It's really weird because in this game, Artemis is like, oh yeah, like, I'm gonna beat the Elite Four before you. He actually does it, and then he thinks he's gonna beat us, even though every other time, the only way to progress through it is that you have to beat Artemis. Like, you have to beat your rival. So it's weird that he still thinks he can win. It's like, I never won against you, but I'm gonna win against you. It's like, good luck with that. Alright, we need to lead with Squirts. And everything should be fine. Alright. Yeah, rival will keep you sharp, yep. You created that, you created all the assembled teams. It is going to be funny if he changes his Eevee's, like, evolution from Jolteon to something else. Because then his team will dramatically change. I'm not even joking. His team will be dramatically changed. But I think his lead will always be Sandslash. Right? Oh, I need to switch the tab to that one. Yeah. He will always have 3 Mons that are identical. The only thing that changed is the last 3. And I will know if he switches... He's probably going to switch into this one. Which technically Squirts can deal with, but... Oh, it can't do anything. Yeah, I'll stay in with Squirts then if he actually switches to it. If he switches to Jolteon, we might want to switch. Speed is the weird thing. Alakazam. That can't do much of anything to me. Okay, Body Slam. Oh! It lived? I thought Alakazam's physical... Okay, whatever. I'm gonna use Dig then. I thought its physical defense was weak. Or is it because Body Slam wasn't strong enough? Dig did slightly more. It has 20 more power. It either has 20 or 15 more power. How did it not kill? What a weird thing. It is going by the line. This is what I mean. No, I could just use Ice Beam and just kill this thing in one shot. It's dead. There's nothing it can do. It lived? It can't do anything. It can only Leech Seed or whatever Barrage is. I'm guessing Barrage is a normal move. It sounds generic, but it's got Barrage, Hypnosis, Stomp, and Leech Seed. It can't really do much unless Barrage is a Grass type move, in which case, why didn't he use it? Okay, it switched it up, but this is also kind of alarming because if it is on the line, that means he did switch his Eevee evolution. That means he did switch it. It's got the same moves. I'll switch to Pikachu. Pikachu might go down. Spike Cannon is the one that goes up to 1 to 5, right? Yeah. Doesn't matter. Next, I think Pikachu will live if he doesn't get a crit. Oh, he's the only Detectorist. That's depressing. Anyway, he's dead. It's down. Okay, so if he didn't switch, his two last mons are going to be Ninetales and Jolteon. It lived? Oh, that's right. Electric is special. Yeah, how did it live? Alright, well, Thunderbolt again. No, it's down. It'll either have he'll either send out Ninetales or Jolteon. I'm hoping that he didn't switch it and it's not on the line, because if it's on the line, the next one's Magneton then. Ninetales or Jolteon. Ninetales or Jolteon. So he switched it up. I'm not even joking. If I literally can change this so it doesn't actually show everything, I would do it. Actually, I could take a screenshot and just do it. But anyway, it's literally on the line. It literally has Sandslash, Alakazam, Exeggutor, Ninetales, Cloyster, and Jolteon as that line. So literally, when he was sending when he sent a Sandslash, it's always guaranteed. It's always on that team as the front. Then we switched to Alakazam. I'm like, is he going on a line or something? And now it's confirmed because he went to Exeggutor. It's like, oh no, he's going on a line. What is he doing? And then he switched to Exeggutor, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense, you know? I have a water type out. He's going to try and do something against it. And then he switched to Cloyster, and I went, what? He's not on the line, but what is he thinking? And Cloyster's on two teams, by the way. It's on a Flareon or a Jolteon team. That's why I got really confused. That's why I'm like, oh, if the next one's Magneton, that means he did switch his Eevee evolution to Jolteon, and I don't know why or how he did it. Jolteon does not evolve into Flareon. That's the confusing point that I'm trying to make. So how did that happen? Okay, we've almost finished Pokemon Yellow. I know we could have definitely beaten the entire game if we had a Gyarados on our team, because Gyarados just rocks in any game it has, but seriously though, I'm surprised we were even able to do it with the starters. I can just use Dig. It might outspeed. Jolteon, I don't know if that's a Gen 6 change though, but Jolteon has base 130 speed. Actually, I can find out. Why am I thinking I can't figure it out? I'd really just find it out. Does it have base 130 speed? Because it'll definitely outspeed, because it's higher level. Okay, it does have base 130 speed, according to Cerebi for Gen 1. We might outspeed, we might not. We are level tied. Oh, we are level tied, okay. How? How do we outspeed? Blastoise isn't even that fast. I'm gonna tell you its base speed amount right now. Blastoise's base speed is 78. How does it outspeed a base 130 mon in speed? How? Whatever, it doesn't matter. It reminds me of Insurgents, where we were against Speed Form Deoxys. We were Jolteon, I think? Yeah, we were Jolteon. We were against Speed Form Deoxys, and it was paralyzed. And this was before Gen 7 Paralyzed, where you were hindered badly for speed. So it had 25% speed, I think, instead of the change. Because Gen 7, I think, changed it from 75% speed reduction to 50 or something like that. So it dropped it up dramatically. So that meant that Deoxys was 25% speed and was able to outspeed a perfect EV. Mind you, not beneficial towards speed. But I think I had speed at perfect IV Jolteon. And it was still able to outspeed that. How? How does that happen? How does that work? These games don't make any sense for that. But anyway, yeah. Okay. So that's it. That's it. That's the game. While it's going off, I'm gonna figure out how to do the videos, to be honest. Because we are getting up towards that 4-hour mark, and quite literally, I have to wait literally about 16 minutes to actually use it as 16-minute videos. But I don't know if I should do that. Either that or do it in the normal Gen 1 fashion. We ended off with 15-minute videos. I'm playing a joke here, but it's fine. I only ever known is going to tell me you're on the right track. Get a flashy gem from my aid. Yep. And there we go. There's Pokemon Yellow. This is actually, quite literally, the first time I've ever actually finished Pokemon Yellow. I got stuck at that one point. I don't think I've ever finished Pokemon Red or Blue, and that might be the reason why I've never actually been able to finish Pokemon Red, or Pokemon Yellow, because I never actually played the original Gen 1 games. I only ever played the remakes, and that's how I remember beating them. And Pokemon Yellow was my introduction towards the Gen 1 games, and I don't think I've ever actually ended up finishing it. But now that I have, I don't really feel accomplished, if that makes any sense. I don't really feel accomplished. I feel something. I feel gratitude that I was able to actually ever finish Pokemon Yellow. Now I can say, I have video proof. I finished Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow. Now, I'm going to say this because this probably will never happen. I have to find thumbnails for it. I have to find a thumbnail for it, pretty much. But one of the things that I was thinking of doing was redoing all of Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow kind of thing. But I was going to do Pokemon Green. It won't actually be green. It'll be Pokemon Red, or it'll be Yellow, or whatever. No, it'll be Red or Blue. But I'm going to nickname it to Green. And the only difference will be that we will start off with Bulbasaur, and I will show off that it's going to be very difficult to go and get that done. So, yeah. So that is going to be in the works. I'm going to try and find that thumbnail, and maybe it'll be like a later on thing. But yeah. So we finished it. We finished it with the team. I'm actually kind of surprised, to be honest. I actually thought we wouldn't be able to do anything. It didn't even heal our team. Oh, you bastard. It's fine. Alright. So, as I said, off screen, I'm going to be catching the Mewtwo and the legendary birds. I haven't done it for Blue yet. I don't know why I haven't done it for Blue yet. But the one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try and figure out if this game has a move relearner. If not, I am going to do this through external means, but I'm going to actually revert Leafia to having Sleep Powder again instead of Toxic. But I'm going to say this though. I'm going to keep a copy because I think I could probably dupe it. I'm not quite sure. I'm going to get a copy of Leafia before this change. So that way, though, when I do eventually do a giveaway of this, I still want to do it, but I don't know how to kind of, like, introduce it kind of thing. But if I do it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it be, I'm going to have the Leafia that we have specifically right now. So you're going to get the champion Leafia rather than the non-champion Leafia. And if I can give it, because I know ribbons don't exist now, but if I can somehow give it the ribbon of it being the Kanto, like, not master, but like the Kanto, like, champion, then I'll try and do that. Or if I'll automatically give it to it, then that's even better. But yeah. But again, one of the few plans that were in the works was Pokemon Green, or blue-ish green kind of thing. Anyway, doesn't really matter. That one will probably never happen, so we're just gonna scooch it over to the side and forget about it. The other thing that was also going to be in the works is the next Pokemon Essentials game that we're going to be playing. Yes. It is one that has, I think, resurfaced again in popularity. I think it has. I've seen it. I keep seeing this one pop up again here and there kind of thing. Keep popping up. So I think it's going to be a good idea to kind of start that, as it is going to be one of the biggest things that I would end up wanting to do. I loved this Pokemon Essentials game. It got a lot of backlash for it, I think, for some weird reason. You may already know by just me saying that. You might have been like, oh yes, I know what you're talking about. But yeah, this one has seen a lot of negativity for it. I don't know why, but it has, and all that. So yeah. So I'm actually kind of surprised with the death counter, to be honest. The team death count is 2. Let's go supersize it so that people can read it. They can read it now. So here's the death count. Nope, kind of resize it like that. There we go, just in case you could see it. There you go. It's resized. Perfect. So the death count, we had 2 team wipes. We had one with just Pikachu against the first rival fight. Second rival fight technically, but the first one I don't really count because that one doesn't really do much of anything. The second one kind of does, but the second one is where we actually did lose to. So, hooray. That's the first team wipe. The second team wipe was when we were against a hiker. I remember watching this, and I was leveling up. No, I wasn't leveling up. I was trying to defeat him so we can get to a Pokemon Center. We struggled on the Pikachu, I think, or it was the Charizard we struggled, and then Pikachu couldn't take it down, and then we were able to decrease the hiker's Pokemon's defense by so much, but the last remaining member, Cutter, was unable to win the fight. Now this chart wouldn't have changed if Cutter would have been able to do it. This chart would have stayed. It would have stayed as 2 team wipes, Pikachu's down by 3, and Charizard is down by 1. It still would have said that. But the difference is that we wouldn't have had to backtrack through Rock Tunnel a second time. Or we wouldn't have had to go through Rock Tunnel the second time. That's the only difference. Blastoise didn't receive a wipe. This is because when I was leveling up as Squirtle, I went with Squirtle first, then I switched. I don't think Pursuit is in this game, but even if it did, it never really did pop up where I was grinding. So there was very few times where I was like, oh, Squirtle can handle this, and Squirtle would go down to like 3 or 4 health, and I'm like, switch, and then I switched, of course, but like I didn't go and do all that stuff. Like Venus, like Bulbasaur was the more difficult one to farm for, because I was really surprised and how bad the move pool was, and all the stuff. I didn't really get too many good moves. I don't think I ever got any of the fishing rods, and I don't think there's any good like locations near water that have water types specifically. So I literally had to like train off of everything, and I literally was switching between Pikachu and Charizard kind of thing. I don't even think they leveled up, I don't think. Or maybe they did, I don't remember. I know at some point I got I got Squirtle to like level 30, and I was switching from Bulbasaur to the Squirtle. So the Squirtle could do things, and then rinse repeat kind of thing. So I got Bulbasaur all the way up to like 30, and then I was like, okay, so by that point Squirtle will be like level 33 or 34 or something like that. So keep rinse repeating, and I kept repeating it over and over again until Venusaur and the Squirtle and the Bulbasaur got to level 38, and I went, alright, this is it, I'm done, I'm going to sleep now. I've spent about 8 to 10 hours on this, I'm done, and I went to bed. Now this means 8-10 hours of speed up for battles, right? So, and I made sure to pay attention. When I actually do my farming, this is how I do it. People do it differently. I have either a computer set aside that has a TV show or that has internet accessibility, and that usually is how I usually do my farming for. I even do it for the MMO I'm currently playing right now. Not as of this moment, but when I'm actually playing that one, this is how I do it, right? I go on that, I go and watch that TV show or YouTube videos or whatever. I set it aside. I don't like steer my direction towards it. I use it as background noise, so at least my mind's not like going like, oh, slow grinding, man. And all that stuff. I just go, and then if I'm really bored, I look at the TV show, ha ha ha, that's a funny moment, or oh, that's a cool moment, and then I go back to the game. That's how I farm. I've done that for Oblivion. Mind you, Oblivion was a little bit more difficult because I only ever had one computer, so I was mostly listening to music at that moment. But again, I had something to focus on, right? And same thing with Skyrim. I when I had it on the Xbox, I think I was mostly just talking with a friend, pretty much, and that's pretty much how I was mostly focusing. I wasn't focusing on the game, I was talking with a friend, and that's where my main focus was. And same thing with these Pokemon games, or same thing with technically the Yu-Gi-Oh games, because a lot of the ones I liked, you have to actually open up packs and stuff like that, and you have to farm for currency, right? But same thing with these games, same thing with, give me a second, let's go through all my saves right now. Let's go and figure out which ones that I would normally farm off of. Borderlands, that's another good one, and I actually needed to farm for a lot. That one I definitely needed. Same idea with Minecraft. Minecraft's the biggest one. Same thing with Terraria as well. These ones I would definitely, like, this is the kind of thing where, like, if you could multitask with multiple arms, you would be, like, it would be the epitome of reading a book while playing a game. And you'd be able to finish the book and you'd be done the game. That's pretty much how I thought of Minecraft. That's why every time when I'm farming for Pokemon Essentials for the future, mind you, Insurgents was different because Insurgents catered towards that kind of farming. Most of the Insurgents games don't do this. Or most of the Essentials games do not do this. So when you see like one session and you're like, hey, wait a minute. Last session you were level 15, you shouldn't be level 20 in this session. That's because I farmed off screen. I might do, let's say, 1 or 2 sessions maybe of the grinding, so you can see how long it takes to farm from one level to the next. And especially when you have to do it for 6 mons, it's gonna take a while, trust me. And this is why for essential games, I will never do a Nuzlocke on them. If I do eventually do Nuzlocks, I'll never do a Nuzlocke on them because I'd always be scared of farming. And that's one of the big things about me, is that I always like to be having a slight advantage. it's not that I don't care for the experience. It's that like I would prefer to have that like extra like I like to have that safety net, if you will, please. And that's pretty much how I feel about that. What's another game on here that I would have definitely have put it to the side while I was waiting for? Actually, nothing really too much else, actually. I'm looking at all of the different games on here. I don't have much, because I didn't really have much of the PC games variety. I mostly had consoles, and a lot of it was when I was a kid. Yeah, nothing really too much else here. For console games, I don't think there was much here. 3DS, yeah, nothing really too much here. Let's see here. DS, yeah, it's mostly just Pokemon games in there. Game Boy, no, nothing really too much else here. What about Game Boy Color? No, it's just, again, the same games as here. Nintendo Switch, this might have had maybe one or two games, I think. Nintendo Switch, let's see here. Let's see here, Oh, Pokemon Sword and Shield, definitely. I found a raid. I didn't look up a guide or anything like that. I honestly count looking at Cerebi to find out what dens are good as a guide. But I don't count that because I didn't go to like an external website and they told me word for word which one. They just told me, okay, the raid you're looking at, raid 256, let's say, has these Pokemon and they have the potential to drop these items. That's all I looked at. And the one that I found was one that was in the forest in the Isle of Armor. I forgot what the forest name is. And that forest has a den on a small little island with a tree. It's pretty close to the entrance that you would normally enter from if you just started the Isle of Armor. That one specifically has a den specifically that if you get a rare beam, as I don't really know, as a rare den pretty much, not a rare beam, rare den, it will spawn a Blissey. If you get a 5-star Blissey, you will get, give me a second, actually there's a Discord bot that actually has it, give me a second, I'll figure out what it is. Oh right, it doesn't tell you the whole rates for it. Never mind, I'll figure out what it is. But I'll just search up Blissey and I'll find out what it is. But yeah, for the most part, like I ended up looking at that up and I was like, okay, this is going to be kind of interesting. So give me a second, let me try and find that. Let me try and look up Blissey for a second. Blissey, where are you in this really long list of Gen 2 Pokemon that are in Gen 8? There we go, Blissey. There we go. What raid dens are you in? The Forest of Focus. This is the one. Yeah. So if you go to den number... So if you go towards den number 145, you have a 5% chance of finding a Blissey raid for each level, 3, 4, and 5. 5 is the best. When you get a 5, I'm gonna say the 5-star raid values. It changes as it goes slightly down for the longer you go down. You are guaranteed a rare candy, and you have a 70% chance of getting 3 rare candies. You have a 100% chance of getting 1. You're guaranteed 1 rare candy. You have a 90% chance of getting a 2nd rare candy, and you have a 70% chance of getting a 3rd rare candy on top of that. So pretty much, you're more than likely going to get about 2, maybe 3 rare candies, and on the off chance, if very, very low amounts, you might only get 1 rare candy. You have a 5% chance of getting a lucky egg at a 5-star raid. It's 3% for a 3-star, so pretty much whatever star is what your rate is. You'll have a chance of getting, what is this, a silver bottle cap? Or is it just for normal bottle caps? Or is it just like, it's just a fill-in for any bottle cap? Anyway, for a bottle cap, you have a 10% chance, which is even better than most things. It's 5% for 4-star and 3% for 3-star. Now for the bread and butter, if you will, or the whatever you count as like the most delicious topic of it. You can get 5 Dynite ores, 5 Dynamax candies, 5 of each of the experience candies at the 5-star raid. Now, how many times do you have to go through a den specifically, this specific den, to get maxed out? I'm glad you asked. Let me go crack out the calculator, if you will. I'm going to go take 1,000 and divide it by 5. It's 250, or 200, sorry. My bad. But that doesn't matter, because guess what? That den specific, though that 1,000 value doesn't even count because you can only go with 999. That just means you lose 1. It's not really that big of a deal, but you'll be maxed out. Trust me, I spent a good about 4-6 hours a day, I think, farming a Blissey. And trust me, it was challenging, to be fair. So the challenging part about it was the intention that I was giving it. So I had my TV displaying YouTube videos while I had my DS, my 2 DSs technically, or not my DSs, my Switches next to me, and I would have one reset while the other one was getting the rewards, which is the one that I was currently working on. And if we were to say that for a Blissey den takes about 2 minutes to do. So it takes 200 attempts to cap all of it. So 200 attempts times, I'm gonna put times 2. So times 2, so that's about 400. We're gonna divide that by 60 because that's per hour. So that's gonna take you about 6.66 hours. So that's going to take you about 6 hours and 40 minutes to finish. So about in 7 hours you'll finish. Now again, you're watching a TV show, movie, whatever, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be 100% focused on that grinding. You're more so focused on trying to get you're trying not to be bored, pretty much. So obviously you're not going to be 100% focused on it. So pretty much, I found this raid den I think, I don't want to say by accident. I think I was just looking for a raid den that was really good. And I think I found a Blissey, or not a Blissey den. I think I found, it might have been a Blissey or Chansey den. And I was like, whoa, this thing gives a lot of XP to stuff. And I'm like, I want to go do a little bit more research on this den. And so I quickly looked on Cerebi and I found this and I'm like, huh, I know what I'm getting. And so I went for this. So it's pretty good. Also, this den has a chance you can actually get the G-Max Venusaur. So, I think it's one of the 2, I think. So, if you know the one that's in, what's it called? If you know the one that's in the Fields of Honor, that's the one I'm talking about. And it was really easy for me to get it because I was easily just farming for it. And I accidentally put Sword and Shield on one account, so I couldn't really play it on my one account because it's like, hey, that game's already in use. And I'm like, well, dang it. So I had to buy Shield again. So I bought Shield twice and I bought Sword once. I bought the DLCs 3 different times to cap all of them. Because my main save was on Sword, but I wanted to work on my Shield save. So my Shield save also got an Isle of Armor patch. Plus, again, whole fiasco of this, what I should have done was put sword on my main and put shield on my other one, because how the... I don't know if they're going to do it for Brilliant Diamond and Spacious Pearl or whatever, Spatial Pearl or whatever it's called. I don't know if they're going to do the same thing, but this is how they did it for the Sword and Shield, the dual pack, especially for the digital copy. They technically put on your account that you bought Sword, but they give you the code to pretty much put into the eShop to say that you bought Shield, and that's how they did it. So what I should have done, instead of being an idiot, in my opinion, is through Sword on my main account, then on my side account, I should have thrown in the Shield code. But idiot me thought, I bought both of them, they should be on the same account, so that shows that I bought both of them. Then as soon as I got my second Switch, and I'm like, oh, I kind of regret it now. So I went, well, I guess I know what I'm doing now. So I bought Shield again, and I bought the Isle of Armor and the DLC pack. So I put all freaking, I felt bad. So there you go. So there's that. If you want to see me kind of go through it, I kind of need a second Switch for it. Either that, or if one of my friends that actually has Sword and Shield would have that den already pre-placed, I would have to show them how to do the raid, the whole raid switch thing, because that's kind of how they have to do it. Or was it the raid time switch thing? Kind of have to show them how to do that. But yeah, that's pretty much how I did it. I just did the raid switch thing, raid time thing. So that's it. So yeah, so that's pretty much it for now. That is it for Pokemon Yellow. Again, we might do Pokemon Green, not actual green, as I said, but something else. We will be doing Venusaur only. We might do that. Unclear. I'm going to catch the 3 legendaries, the 3 legendary birds and Mewtwo. That's what I meant to say. And yeah. I'll see you guys next time for some more Pokemon.